Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, June the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Roger. All right, guys. Yeah, so pretty interesting stuff on that Zen. Somebody pointed out there's no buyout price. It's just a evaluation, 10.6 billion, I think it said. Maybe if I type in the symbol, that'll be better. 10 billion, yeah, 10.2 billion dollars. Just no price, so you have to kind of figure it out, I guess. Give me a moment here. Okay. If you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about this TBLT. Now I know they did a 1 for 250 reverse split, but I think this showed up on the races, excuse me, but it just hadn't broken out quite. And I said, man, oh man, what if it just broke out through this area here? Look what happened. Look at the volume. My goodness, 23 million, 1 million in the float after that 1 for 250 reverse split, coming into maybe a resistance area. But man, obviously I did not take it. I was waiting to see if it would take out this area right around here. And did it ever today? Here is another one in the growing list of little companies. Basically, all they do is they say, you know what, we're going to buy back up to a certain amount of stock. So these guys, MITQ, that's what they've said. We're going to buy up to a $1 million of stock. And let's see if this holds. Now, yesterday, was it BHAT? Did they do that too? I can't remember if BHAT did that too. I was highly skeptical. Just looking at the pre-market action. They may have had other news. I can't remember. They may have had other news also. But I guess we have to watch it. MITQ. You never know. It's another super low float, of course. 9 million in the float. So anything could happen. I'm just going to set some levels here because if you look at the weekly chart, where is that 143? So the next high in the weekly chart is 164. Then after that, 187. Anyway, we'll see what happens once this market opens. See if it pauses here and starts to move higher once the market opens. It's MITQ. Camp is an earnings play. Camp is an earnings play. I think it's down. CAMP. Yeah, not that much volume, but it is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays right now, of course. Bally, Bally. Yeah, no real posted some information on it. I can see, yeah, right here, the trading higher if the company commenced another one of a purchase up to $190 million of their stock. So at least this is a little bit 190 million. You may trust them a little bit more than these little ones that say a million, 2 million. Eton, ETON, ETON. Any news on this? Oh, okay. They sells hospital products to Dr. Reddy for up to $50 million. Okay, so must have missed that. I didn't see that news at the time. Up to $50 million. Up to. So that could be from $1 to 50 million, I guess. Okay, so they did get 5 million. So they did actually get $5 million and they could get an additional $45 million based on milestones. Okay, so they legitimately got $5 million. And that is Eaton, ETON. And BHAT again is popping higher this morning. Big pop again, 32%. Look at the volume, 11 million already. I have no idea. I just use this. This, it might be a filter blocking it. MITQ right here. It's hard for me to know. I don't use the channels. Is the up gapper, is that an alert window or a topless window? I would use a topless window all the time, okay? No, I understand it's on the channel. Okay. You're forcing me to look. That's okay. Okay, so this is a topless window. Okay, let's see why. I think I know the reason. I think I know the reason. Sometimes, we've got this earnings per share. This is a sort of a hack that prevents ETFs, etc. And every now and then it blocks a quote unquote legitimate company. Let me just do this for fun. This is not going to change it universally. And presto. So that's the reason. Okay. Every now and then it's going to happen. Even though, and this did a one, no, they're not the ones that did the one for 250 reverse split, but every now and then this happens. I actually took it out. I took it out of my pre-market just for that reason, because sometimes these crazy little ones that go ballistic in the pre-market, they get blocked because of that earnings per share hack. And BZ is an earnings play also. BZ is an earnings play. And obviously reaction so far so good. China stock. Keep an eye on this SPRC also. No news today. They had some news yesterday. Ethics Committee approval to conduct a trial. So they did have some news yesterday, SPRC, and it's probably a low float. Yeah, low float, Israeli company, 3.1 million in the float. And let's see, we're in for a, excuse me, pretty positive open right now. So we had a nice day yesterday, big rally yesterday, really, after being down, and then the market just rallied. The market is up this morning so far. All right, let's see, almost 9:10. So I'm just going to check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades I have from briefing.com this morning. All right, not quite there yet. So guys, you know what I'm going to be doing today, and in fact, what I've done now with my watch list and all, I'm turning it into a race. I'm going to see how that works today. Yeah, BZ continues higher here. BZ continues higher, coming into getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average, which is a little over $1 away, 29.62. All right, so a little bit late, not getting my upgrades and downgrades yet, so I'll just have to wait a bit. There they are. All right, let's see what the analysts are talking about today, and they are not talking not talking about much. Real mentioned, excuse me, Wolf. I see Wolf is an upgrade, yeah, by Goldman. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Excuse me, not too many downgrades either. Okay, as I say, not too many of either. So Wolf is an upgrade from Goldman, and AMP. AMP is a downgrade from Goldman. Let's take a look at AMP, see if it's doing anything on that downgrade from Goldman. Not really. And take a look at the Wolf with the upgrade from Goldman. Yeah, so I think Rio already posted all this, so I can see that $108 price target. Okay. Yeah, so I can give this to you. Hopefully I saved it. Let me just check it out. Remember, this is just something that I'm trying. I didn't save it yet. Okay. This is just something I'm trying for the first time today. Okay. So this is my watch. This is going to be my watch list race. Oh, I see. Well, if you're asking, this is not a top list. This is a race. You can't get my top list. Okay. It it was only it in my channel is only available as the alerts. Okay. That was all. That was it was designed to do that. There was no top list available. The CCCL has earnings, ho hum. I have no interest at all in looking at basically airlines or these cruisers. You know, not until, man, oh man, I mean, look at jets. I mean, it's still just stuck all the way down here. Yeah, a little bit. What was the high this morning? Yeah, 350. So it's back down to three. I don't see any news on it whatsoever, other than the fact that had a little bit of a, what was it yesterday? 143, and it got up to 179. So a little bit of a run yesterday. Again, they did a 1 for 250 reverse split. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening. The market up I'm pretty sure every sector, including, haven't checked the energy prices today, but my guess is that we are going to say, well, it's either going to be 100% or 0%, but I'm going to say 100%. So every sector is up. So what you're looking at here, these are the major sectors. So XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% and all in green, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And so again, with the market going to have a positive open, you would expect that most sectors are positive, which of course is the case as we speak. This can all turn around, of course, once the market opens and we start getting a fade. This can really turn around in a heartbeat. We saw that yesterday. This is just sort of being alerted to this one, TSP. What a run this one has had, TSP. It's all, you look at these things after the fact and you think, well, man, but look at this. I mean, just 4 days ago, this was 638. Now it's at 938, $3 pop with a 33% increase approximately over these past 4 days. Not a low float either. Development of autonomous trucks. Okay. No, not much moving. I'm looking at my gap up and gap downs, and there's a few, of course, of each, but really not much. There's CCL starting to, and CUK, of course, CCL, but usually I get a lot more action. So is Kathy buying a TSP? Okay. Actually, was looking at ARK this morning, ARKK, of course. Have we found a bottom? I mean, you're looking at these last 2 months, including, well, this is the 24th, so this month hasn't quite concluded, but you can see a big chart up here. You get a nice monthly chart. So you can see a couple of bottoming tails, last month, even, and this month. Maybe the bottom has been put in. Maybe. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think, maybe if it takes out 47 or something like that, this may get it running. But I mean, I'm still, I don't want to say skeptical, but I mean, it's had almost a $10 bounce. I mean, that was 35 up to 44 now, so it's almost had a $10 bounce. But remember, the interesting thing, I mean, we could have, look at these bottoming tails, that bottoming tail, that bottoming tail, all these series of months. One could have thought maybe these were going to bounce here or here or here. Now we've got two in a row. So I'd maybe stick an alert around 45 and see if it takes it now, or 46 or so, and see if it takes it out. Again, this is not a recommendation as a swing, but at some point you would think this is going to turn around a bit. Good morning, Mike. You're early. So Blue Apron, let's see, Blue Apron up a little bit, just a little bit, 7%. Had an interesting run at the end of the day. Uh, After hours got up to 341. Just looking to see if any specific reason for it. I don't see any. Ink. You and me both, Mike. BCTX. Okay, what is BCTX doing? I'm just noticing it. This is a can be a pretty active stock. Again, 11.4 million in the float, so it's very low float. Popped up to 638, then right down to 573. Let's see. Highlights publication of anti-cancer technology in Cancer Drug Discovery Journal. That news hit around 9 o'clock, and that is BCTX. Yeah, I wonder if we'll have a day like yesterday, Zach, in terms of those small cap or low float China stocks. They don't all have to be China, but the Weber is, yeah, I mean, it's down. It's really doing nothing. You got to be careful on these, of course. I mean, look at that topping tail, man. It does not inspire confidence. You got up to $12, 12.40 through the 200-day, and then closed way down here. But remember what happened with Weber. That's right. I forgot. That's right. It had that massive run up right here. Is that the 4 o'clock candle? 3 o'clock candle, sorry. That's the 3 o'clock candle. So it's a little bit skewed because basically what it is, it's right back where that run up started at the end of the day or towards the end of the day. Okay, BHC is kind of sneaking into my gap ups. BHC. Okay, so BHC's Joe Papa has resigned from the board. John Paulson resigned from the board. John Paulson named chairperson. Not due to any dispute or disagreement, etc., etc. All right. Well, so based on that little bit of news, the stock is popping. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back, and let's get these races started. I'll give it another. Time is it now? I'll give it till 9:29. So again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. However, depends on what I see in a race. I may deviate slightly. All right, TBLT. I think all I should be on TBLT, guys, with this. They have not come out with a press release a lot. Oh. This is actually. Are you kidding me? This is actually an earnings play, such as it is. At least that's what we have. I don't see any. I don't see any information about their earnings release though, so that may be incorrect. Thank you, Mr. William. Yeah, so we've got less than a minute. We've got a little over 30 seconds before this market opens. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I will get these two races started right now and see what happens. This is just a test, okay? I'm testing this one over here. This is now based on my watch list, okay? So I have no idea what we're going to see. What I don't want to do is start running, several races. My feeling is I probably just need one and that's it, but I just want to see what happens. All right, we are now open. Now, the issue I've got with this one too, my watch list, it's got both the ones moving up and down. So, but easily identified, green up, red down. So, okay, Riot is on the move here, a little bit on the move. I don't know what Bitcoin is doing, BITC, BITO, sorry. All right, so Bitcoin's up, yeah, just a smidge. Nothing happening. Well, it's funny you mentioned the pot stocks because ACB I see has got another. I think it's had a couple of upgrades. They got upgraded yesterday, but I'm telling you, look at MJ. Still, I mean, yeah, it is moving up a little bit here, but it's still really just like jets and the cruisers, still really stuck all the way down here. All right, BHAT, of course, is doing the thing right off the bat. No pun intended. Well, guys, bot is just zipping higher again. Pre-market high was what? We're on 424. Yeah, TBLT on the move. Here's the pre-market high, way up here at 345. Now, to me, I mean, I was very wrong yesterday about some of these little ones, but to me, it looks like there's a lot of resistance. right around here. We're right around, let's see, what did it get up to this morning? I say 345. So the next high looking left is 374 after, if it can take out that pre-market high. All right, well, TBLT, look at the volume coming in. Look at this volume, 32 million. Now this is after the reverse split, only 1 million in the float. All right, guys, I'm just looking now. DM, I haven't seen DM. This is that metal, desktop metal. Yeah, DM. I haven't seen DM in this race for the last few days. So DM has had a nice, not a bad run from 2 to 268. Okay, here's the MITQ. MITQ. Ah, Barry, you forgot to do this. Shoot. There we go. All right, I get wow, look at the SPY. What a nice opening 15-minute candle so far. We're only 5 minutes in, but what a nice candle. So, okay, keep an eye on the MITQ. I mean, they've one of these companies that have announced a little share buyback. The appetite for these has been, interesting. All right, TBLT is starting to settle down a little bit here. TBLT, just a little bit. If it takes out this pre-market high, and again, I may be really wrong, just because of that float, I may be very wrong in that this, I'm looking at all this area up here. It could be a resistance area, but we see time and again, once from yesterday anyway, they just exploded right through. Yeah, I don't know, Zach. I see your post about TBLT. I have no idea. I see that, yeah, closing of a $6 million. That was on the 22nd. Well, all we can do is, trade what we see, I suppose. Whether that float, I mean, look, the volume, I don't know. I mean, the float might be erroneous, but no question, the volume is huge. And there we go, guys. There goes TBLT. I mean, almost at the pre-market high. So even if it's 4 million, I mean, it's super low. It is super low. I mean, you've traded 40 million already. I guess who's having a pop? Revlon? Is Revlon showing up here? Revlon having a pop here. Over now it's gone positive. REV, of course. The high of yesterday. TBLT. The high of yesterday was 830 for Revlon, REV. All right, guys, there it goes. Over the pre-market high now for TBLT. Well, okay. Let's see. I mean, there's that 374, 349. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to run this watch list and this one at the same time. It's just too much resource. Well, I'm going to have to wait and see. The other thing is that a lot of them are going to be very similar stocks, so it may be pointless. Not for my machine. Yeah, it's not my machine. Yeah, this is a very. They've noticed it. I mean, the development has noticed it also, so it's not just my machine. Anyway, um, okay, guys, there's the Revlon. Revlon on the move here. All right, what's this one? BNTC, another low floater, guys. 7 million in the float on the move here. BNTC. Just got halted. Just got halted. I was wondering why it wouldn't fill me. I was a second too late. Oh man, this could have a big open. BNTC just got halted. And what I'm saying, a potential big open, 133, 133. That can change, of course. And that is the BNTC. TBLT is still very strong. Well, there's a level I'm worried. Maybe that's too strong a word, but 374. That 374 is the next level. If it can take that out, 384, then we've got 409. If well, I'd be taking some off in case it cannot take out that 374. But I shouldn't say that, Wow, look at the SPY. This is a big move on the SPY, this first 15-minute candle. I mean, remember, we already gapped up, and now we're just continuing here. Take a look at the SPY here. Yeah, so we've actually had, 4 days now. On the weekly chart, yeah, so we're taking out the high of last week now. Looks like 383. Oh, sorry. We're right at the high of last week, I should say. 383.90. So we're just a little bit below the high of last week. Okay, maybe it's a good thing. Okay, see how that changed? Remember the last time we looked, this was 133, 133. Now it's 115. So maybe it's a good thing I didn't get a fill. We'll see. But let's take a look left. Next high looking left is 111 on the daily chart, and on the weekly chart, the next highs are 121, and TBLT just made a new high. Keep an eye on that 370, 374. $946.36. So if this is a 5-minute halt for BNTC, this will open at 946 plus 36 seconds. So in about a minute, if this is going to be a 5-minute halt. Well, that is just a great percentage move, guys. TBLT. Remember when we were talking about this one yesterday? And it was all about the gap, the potential gap fill. I did not take it yesterday, but man. Okay, it's right at that level. Wow, it's popping through. So far that level is not stopping it. That 374. So far. Ija, are you talking about the numbering up here on the right-hand side of a race? Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about literally how the car moves up? Okay, guys, BNTC on the move here now. BNTC, I think it's just replace. I can't remember what the race setup. Replace cars, that might be it. Okay, I think that's it. If you haven't got that checked, okay, guys, BNTC on the move, low float. Oh man, we're in low float heaven again, guys. TBLT, TBLT, BNTC. Okay, Z, that's not a specific stock, okay? I mean, you might think market moving higher, but just stocks only, stocks only, stocks only. BNTC, guys. Wow. Is that floating? 7 million in the float. Look at this go. So as I said, the only way I play a halt is if it takes out the halt price. And look what it did. It came back down to 105 and then popped over that halt price again. And we're halted again. BNTC is halted again. Yeah, I don't use a lot of extra other indicators, Jamie. It's just look left, look left, look left. It's not 100%, of course, but it helps me. Cruisers and airlines. Okay, let me take a look at jets. All right, we have another USAK. Oh, this resumed, so I don't know what happened here. I see. So DB Schenker USA Truck to combine and create premier North American transportation solutions provider. So now they're starting to trade right now, USAK. Not sure what happened here exactly. So it must be some kind of a, so DB Schenker will acquire all outstanding shares of USAK. All right. Well, yeah. So the cruisers are moving. There's RCL and CCL. It's a bigger move than I would have expected out of CCL. All right, VRM from yesterday. VRM from yesterday. So the high of yesterday was 180. It's almost there. Actually, this is not a low float. 128 million in the float. This is not a low float. Okay, that could be it for TBLT, guys. It got up to almost got to the 4 level. That's a great move. I've got to admit, I did not expect a move like that for the cruisers, but let's see what NCLH is doing. I'm sure it's doing just about the same thing. Absolutely. All right, ATOS is showing up. It's not a low float, 120. In fact, that's a huge float, 126 million. So, I mean, I've got my doubts that it can get much higher just because of looking left, but also because of the float. Wow, Revlon. I mean, I mentioned it's right back here. Look at this move. Mentioned it just as it was going positive. There's the high of yesterday, 830. What did it get to? 842 before it pulled back. Well, airlines and cruisers. Wow, no question that these are definitely moving today. Airlines and cruisers. United Airlines pilots to get more than 14% pay raises. 8 weeks of maternity leave. What are we in Canada? All right, Zeta. Hmm. Again, because of that float, I just have my doubts it's going to be able to get through all this. All right, guys, BNTC opened again. A little bit choppy right now. All right, Camp is an earnings play, and this is almost an all-time low. Camp is an earnings play, almost an all-time low, sinking. This is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Where's the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 470. So that's got some room. Clovis from yesterday had a not a bad day. It sat there for a long time and then it started to move towards the end. Hmm. Avaya showing up on your bounce scan. Interesting. Avaya, it's an all-time low now. AVYA, your bounce scan, as in Zach's bounce scan. But boy, it's an all-time low right now. Woof. So, well, that is this is really choppy now, guys. The BNTC, really, really choppy. Gonna stick my alert again in that high. Okay, so this one did not work. The MITQ, when I say did not work, their press release saying they're going to buy back up to $1 million. As we speak anyway, it is not working. I mean, it worked in the pre-market, but now once the market opened, it's just fading badly now. So I would say that is not going to be anything we're going to want to look at. Well, the magnet looking left for Clovis, maybe that 243 mark. Oh man, is this going to explode? What do we got looking left on that weekly chart? 155, but if it can take that out, the high around 2 for BNTC. Trying to crack that 150 for BNTC. Is this halted? Yeah, it's halted. It's halted. You can just tell, I was looking and the bid ask was not moving. And so it's halted again. Look at this market, guys. This is uplifting. I mean, look at this. I mean, remember, we had a big gap already in the pre-market. And so far now, we are the first half hour straight up. Now we're just starting this next 15-minute candle. Yeah, you're JK. I was reading all about that. Russell rebalancing today. You're right. I was reading about that this morning. If that's having any sort of an effect. Nordstrom's, even Nordstrom's on the move here. JWN. Yeah, they said, yeah, that's what the article that I was reading anyway. Yeah, said it should be a big SPY volume today, lots of volume. All right, now TBLT may not be over. I'm just looking here. Have to put an alert at 4. Right up here. See if it takes that out later on. All right, now here was another crazy one from yesterday, another low float. China low float, 18 million. NCTY gone up to 197 yesterday. Look at this SPY. This is so. Keep getting these sells from Zach's topping scan, but boy, at what point? I mean, this can't last, but at what point? It's tough to go against the market right now. Well, another low float one. APM, another low float one. All right, I found VEDU just a really tough trader yesterday. Very, very choppy. Trying to come back a little bit now, though. Very choppy yesterday, though. Okay, so I'm going to assume this bulls. This is Bank of Montreal. Is this sort of the inverse of the OILD? Let me take a look at OILD. And I guess it must be, right? To do with oil. BNTC guys, new high. I'm just looking for any sign this market's going to stop moving here. So far, we're still 5 minutes into this candle, almost 6 minutes into this 15-minute candle. Pen topping tail? I don't have pen. Yeah, little. You're talking about on the 5 minute. There is a topping tail there, but I mean, it's just a little guy. It's just pretty little. Until this market stops going up, I would not be looking at shorting anything yet. So we've now got the retailers joining this. So yeah, we have Macy's, we have JWN, we have the cruisers, we have the airlines. But what I'm starting to see now in these races are pullbacks, stocks that are pulled back and now are starting to move again. Not exactly, my style, but look at Yellow Corporation, Yell. Looking left, what do we see? 352, so it's through that. The next high is 371 for Yell. Interesting. And a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for Yell, Yell. Not crazy low float, not high, of course, only 31 million, but not super low. So it's not oil specifically, Bob. Okay, thank you. I thought it was like the inverse of maybe the oil D. Possibly, Zach. I mean, they said it was going to be a pretty wild day today. I'm not saying they were predicting everything was going to be moving higher, but they said it was going to be an active day. There we go. Thank you, JK. Yeah, I read a whole bunch of that in the pre-market when I was doing my pre-market stuff, and sort of filed it away, but then I forgot about it. But this sort of makes sense. All right, Weber, what are you doing? Challenging that $10 level again? Trying to? Super choppy though. Look at this on the 5-minute chart for Weber, WEBR. Yeah, you buy, yeah, Jamie. It's a Bank of Montreal thing for oil D. All right, guys, I'm kind of sitting on my hands right now. And we have a resumption with BNTC. Yeah, so you know what I'm not seeing today in the racers are some big percentage movers. Yesterday we were seeing, 5, 8, 10, 12%. So I'm not seeing that right now. Okay, so consequently, that's why I'm, kind of sitting on my hands a bit. All right, I didn't sit on my hands on the yell, but I took myself out of the yell. Little loss on it for the YELL. Just not moving. Okay, now that's a big there's a percent for the BNTC, but it is. I mean, I've traded this and I traded the TBLT, but I'm out of both. But this is, so erratic right now, but it is that's the sort of percent we're looking for. But it's a little bit of erratic for me right now, or a little too erratic for me right now. I'd actually rather see the TBLT come back. I think TBLT is kind of, yeah, I mean, it's kind of sitting around here. And you see how that just pulled back. Look at the BNTC. So remember that said 12%, but it's now pulled back. So yeah, I'm not seeing the sustained action. So I'm just going to sit in my hands. I'm not going to try to make something happen. Ooh, I'd love to really get back into this, but I mean, I just find at BNTC, it's sort of teasing. Yeah, it's funny. I'm just not seeing the massive follow through, even though the market is, well, maybe in the small caps. I'm just not seeing these massive follow through, even though the market has just been ripping this morning. All right, has Macy's topped out? Let's take a look at Macy's M 2066. All right, guys, keep an eye on Revlon as it tries to break out through 8 again. REV as it tries to break out through 8 again. I mean, the high today was 844, so, and the high yesterday was 830, so just keep an eye on Revlon. I mean, it's been choppy. You got these topping tails and bottoming tails, but here's sort of a new one, another cheap one, NCMI. Oh, that's National Cinema. Okay. NCMI, so the next high looking left is 120. To me, again, it looks like there's just too much resistance, not that far away for NCMI. It's not a low float. Okay, this one I'm seeing now, TNON, another low float situation, 7 million, not a ton of volume yet. I don't know. It just looks like three could block it easily. Lots of stuff right around that three level. I'd definitely be keeping an eye on Revlon. The longer it holds over eight, and if it starts to move, get some volume, could have that, that 200-day moving average, that's $9. So it's far enough away. Though it is starting to drop now, but I would definitely keep an eye on Revlon. Maybe put an alert around 816, let it clear eight in a big way. Um, well, I'm just looking at, I mean, it's in Zach scan, in the topping. I mean, at some point you would have to think, I mean, this market is still continuing higher. I mean, a little bit of a topping tail there in the SPY, but now the next candle is green still. So till we get a red candle, I'd be a little reluctant to short any of these. Well, they file for Chapter 11, but then all sorts of news hit afterwards regarding Revlon. You'd have to look at the news. Until we get a red bar. I mean, who could guess, and maybe some of these are going to start to fall a bit, but until we start getting a red, because they've moved with the market. Most of these topping plays from Zaxcan, they've all obviously just moved with the market. So if that's going to continue until we start getting a red bar, now we start getting narrower green bars, but until then, yeah, you could maybe think it's going to fall, but I don't know. I would have to wait for a red bar. Okay, guys, I just mentioned 10 and TO. Did I get it? Yes. I just mentioned 10 and TNON. That nice little three break. Oof, catch that, get that bid catching up to the ask again. TNON. Come on, catch up, catch up, catch up. Just looking for that spread to catch up for the TNON. There we go. Catch up. What I'm talking about, guys, the bid ask. There we go. Now you got to trade these, okay? When I say trade, you got to manage this. I mean, when you have such a low float situation, don't get too greedy, in my opinion, anyway. The issue with this one, after I got in, was that spread was, but I've taken some out now because, I don't trust that spread dropping or the bid dropping. All right, guys. Well, I brand this a winner. I mean, that's a great percentage move. If you got in just over three, we haven't had our idiots in YouTube coming in for a while, but there they are. Oh, guys, hopefully somebody took advantage of this TNON. Just had to wait. I'm waiting for one of these ones that were going to have a nice big percentage move. But as I say, you've got to trade them. You cannot allow, if you got in just over three and you see this got up to 340, you've got to take some. I mean, these are just tremendous percentage moves in a very short period of time. Yeah, even TBLT. I've lost sight of TBLT. Had to, concentrate 100% on the tenon, but the TBLT coming back also is coming back also. Masaki. I know what that means. Now, so Revlon looks like it's not going to take out eight. Talking about waiting on that one for a while. All right, so with the tenon now, what I'm going to do is stick an alert up in this area here, see if it resumes later on, 336 or so. That's all I'm going to do. I mean, that got ugly. That really, that's what when you in a low float stock, you cannot wander away from your computer. Okay? You can't buy something like this and think, oh, well, I'll come back in 5 minutes and see what's up because it may be down. Okay? So you have to know that. Now that is a big sell-off. So I've seen this Smile Direct kind of inching its way up. SDC, this is the one the dentists hate. Yeah, TBLT to me, the way it's trading, yeah, has the ability to maybe take out that high later on and start to have another run. The way it's kind of trading right now. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to buy it now because I think it's going to take that out. I'm going to wait to see if it takes it out. If it does, that'll get me interested. Wow, here's another one. Look how clobbered this one got. CELU over, the last maybe 3 weeks, $11 stock down to 4, trying to come back, extended unfortunately on the 15s and the 5s, but over that magic 4. And looking left, yeah, man, it just looks like there's too much, man. If it could ever get through like 450, then it's got a big run. It could have a big run, but that's probably asking too much. It's not a crazy low float, 32 million, so it's not very, very low. I did not delete your posts, so you must have said something wrong. We're wrong. I did not delete them. Okay, guys, let's take a look. Well, yeah, I mean, PJ, also know. I don't know. I have no idea what your posts were, but obviously it was not stock specific, like single stock specific. Anyway, man, that I have to admit that's a little disappointing on that TNON. Yeah, so they had a $6 price target put on them by Benchmark. This was on the 21st. We're what, the 24th now, but hmm. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on Yell again. YELL doesn't have a lot of room. I don't know if I get very, I don't want to take a trade out of boredom, but I mean, it doesn't have a lot of room. The next high looking left is, was that 370 or 380 something? Yeah, 371. 20 cents. That's not enough. So another one just got halted. Oh, on the way down. JCSE got halted on the way down. Yeah, so maybe now, guys, I mean, we're starting to see the market pause a bit. So maybe some of these flyers are starting to get a little tired here. Looking at Macy's M, Nordstrom's. Let's take a look at Nordstrom's. JW. Actually, Nordstrom's has already dropped a little. So Macy's is lagging that just a little bit. Macy's has not had a drop really, whereas Nordstrom's has. JWN. I'm just looking at the market. Finally, maybe basing here a bit. Wrap, guys, wrap. What is wrap doing? Not R, WRAP. Yeah, a little late. 25 million in the float. So in trading higher and possible anticipation of protests after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. The company develops policy and solutions to law enforcement and security personnel, etc. All right, that is wrap. When you say wow, I hope you're not saying wow on the upside. Hmm. Wow. When did I see? When were we talking about this? Just at that four break, right? Yeah. Wow is right. You mentioned Dare earlier. Hmm. Ooh, yeah. Look at that downturn in TBLT. So it has a different feel today, guys. Bigger name stocks seem to be holding, whereas these little ones, they'll have your pop, and then you've got to make sure you don't wander away. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And wow, it's 10:40 already. So let me quickly go over my spiel here. I'm just looking at some of the flyers. Yellow's the only one that, nah, again, it doesn't have that much room. So I'm just going to, I should forget about it. All right, so let me put my homepage in. You can take a look at that. A lot of information on my homepage. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so you can take out a subscription, of course. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, this will give you an idea about how much it costs. We have 4 plans, and it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So premium, annual, 2,000, standard, annual, 1,000, less the 15%, of course, each one. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you know you want the product. Start off with a monthly. This is a toggle. So standard is 118, 228 for premium. And you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, though, if you want to go from a monthly to an annual, we will honor the 15%. Okay, so but make sure you want the program before you go to an annual. The big difference is the AI. I'm just looking over here. There is no, yeah, there is no alerts today. I don't think anyway. No alerts today. And I'm hearing rap. I'm hearing rap in a big way. Whoa. I did not take this one. All right, so let me get back to my homepage. So on my homepage, if you do take out a subscription, first thing you must do is do the Let's Get Started. It's take you about 30 minutes. It runs through right from the beginning, the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic, etc. Do that please first, okay, before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video at noon. It's free. You can sign up for it. Wow, look at that wrap. Why am I not in it? Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I think this week's trade of the week is still, well, I know it's got to be above the 60 BQ. So starting to fade a bit, but you know, how you trade it is up to you. But the trigger was $60. It got up to, I think, 60, almost 70. We have a lot of education here in this education link on my homepage. Wow. Wrap, wrap, wrap. Holy smokes. So the user guide. Don't get hung up by how much there is in the user guide. You know, it's got, you know, I mean, it's a great user guide, but you don't have to learn everything. First thing you should do is, again, if you haven't done the getting started, do it. I'm going to go over the channel bar. You should have an idea about what the channel bar is all about. You should know what an alert window is and a top list window is and what the differences are. Okay, so I would concentrate on this, and then you can start if you're interested in stock racing, like I am now. We have just click down here where it says TI stock race, a couple of videos, a lot of text, and it'll explain exactly what the stock races are all about, conceptually. Okay, and now you can create your own. Today is Friday, so in our YouTube room, I take a break at around 12, between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over, should be Andy in our YouTube room today. And then from 3:30 to 4:30, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there and listen to Andy. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. The next week, it's the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week it was the Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And if you're looking for a great video series, if you're just starting out trading, a great little series. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay. Yeah, wrap. Hopefully some of you guys got that one. Man. Okay, and I have a scans that I am sharing. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act goes up and down, the gap up and down. You hear me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers, but here are all the scans that I'm sharing. So what I would do is I would just save my link, and then you can look at all this anytime you want. Oof. All right, so now we're starting to get a little bit of a downturn in the market. So let's take a look at Macy's now as an example. Yeah, you know what? Macy's is still strong. It is not, there's no downturn in that one yet. Well, where could this keep going? Wrap. The next high looking left is 314 on the weekly chart, so it's basically above that. Now the next high is 372 on the weekly chart for WRAP. So if you took this trade, and you know, I mean, it's a low flow, 25 million, but it's not crazy low. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Shoot, I mean, the one I should have been in is the wrap, and I just didn't get it. I did okay in the tenon, but that was so quickly. Did okay in the BNTC, and I did quite well in the TBLT, but took a little loss on the Yell, and I feel like I've taken a huge loss on the wrap by not being in it. So, but there will be another one. There will be another one. All right, guys. So I have to keep going on my spiel. No, I went long Yell. We're gonna run 355, 354. All right. So what are we? Traded is, as in we. Traded is, we are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. So you saw the scan in my homepage, you saw that I'm sharing my scans. We have a lot of scans also that we've created in our channels. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar, you will see all of the themed based channels that we have created. So it's this explosive winners that in essence I am using. I can grab this where I'm using here, okay, for the races. This is what it's based on. Now I've changed it, a little bit. I upped the minimum volume to 200,000 shares, things like that. But this is basically what it is, and you can, of course, modify it the way you want to trade. You might have a different price range in mind, things like that. But this is what it's based on. You can see the wrap right here. So if you like this, if you thought you really wanted this one, all you have to do is just right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Okay, and then what happens is when you do that, it gets taken out of this layout. And just like it says, it's free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. Okay, so now it's in your cloud. Why do you want to do that? Because now you can go to another scan. Momentum scan is a pretty popular one. And you can take a look at this particular window, this scan. This is an alert window. Here's wrap right here again. Let me look at it. And here's PFN just showing up. I wonder what PFN is doing. And there's RAD. But if you like this, first of all, with any one of my scans or any setup that you see here, be it an alert window or a top list window, all you have to do to see what it's looking for is you just right click, configure, and search. And summary. Okay, and that's going to tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. We are really good at real-time alerts. So in this particular case, in this scan here, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day. And 100,000 shares, minimum volume, etc. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing RAD over and over again. Okay, it just made another new high for the day. Okay. So if you like this one as it is, again, all you have to do is right click and duplicate into the free floating window. It'll be then you can save it to the cloud. But of course, if you wanted to modify this, you just right click, configure, back to that summary. And so if you look at this price, for instance, and you look and say, you know what, not bad, but I'd rather have a 10 between 10 and 100. So I'm going to change it right in the boxes here, the min and the max. I'm going to click on summary. You can see how it is now changed, 10 and 100. Now you can save it, say okay. And now you can save it to the cloud if you want, like get it out of here, duplicate it in the free floating window and save it to the cloud. That's it only, of course, if you want to modify it. If you like it the way it is, great. So all I'm really trying to show you is you can go to the different channels. You can start taking a look at different scans that we've created for you and, extract the ones you might like. Then you bring them back from the cloud one at a time. And in that way, you can create your own layout without actually having to build a scan from scratch. Okay, try to make it very easy. Now, of course, if you do want to build your own scans, you can. So if I look at my basic new highs, don't repeat. If I right click on any alert window and I click on configure, this time instead of clicking on the summary, I'm going to click on search. So when you see all these icons here, these are the real-time alert icons. And if I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are our filter icons. Don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they made a decision thinking that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So they tried to come up with enough alerts and filters so that for the vast majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all, of course. Okay, what is happening? Oh, Kirk is on. Kirk's doing something again, guys, but very choppy. Very, very, very choppy. Look at the run it had at the end of the day, though. So maybe we'll get these, these low floaters that really ran yesterday at the beginning of the day, and but really at the end of the day. I mean, this is the last hour, I think, from 2:30 on. This is a 15-minute chart that I'm looking at on Kirk. From 2:30 on, I mean, it just went straight up. Not saying that's going to happen again today, but now, I was going to go over the AI, but there's nothing happening in the AI today, so I can't, can't show you any alerts that it took or ideas that it generated today. Had a really good one yesterday in the Cure, Qure. What is it doing today? Uh, Giving back some of it, but that was a tremendous alert from the AI yesterday. Had really no pullback. I mean, it basically closed at the high of the day. If you have our premium service, though, this is what I would do. I would make it super simple. Click on new and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, and then this is the window that you'll see. And again, there's no trades today, no alerts today, not yet. I don't think I think there's only been 2 days that I can remember that there were no alerts. I think one day was was Brexit day, and I think it might have been during the when the market had the big sell-off at the beginning of the pandemic. But anyway, you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. When there is an alert, you'll see the entry. You'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. All right, talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is a big, this big blue window in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, this market is not giving up yet. Now, that red bar might cause a bit of a downturn, but this market is not giving up yet. All right, I'll put a link in for Brokerage Plus. There are two videos. If you click on that link, you'll see there are two videos. The short video shows if you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. And the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay. But if you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade account, don't worry. It doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. In other words, it's not mandatory to use this in order to trade with using trade ideas. Okay. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. So if you're undecided about who your broker is going to be, that's okay, but you do want to practice trading. All you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. It uses our real-time data, and it's very simple. This is what you would see. So first of all, Brokerage Plus, and this is only available if you're using the app. If you're using our web-based version, I'm sorry, it's not available. If you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, then the window will pop up. Now, these are all these columns here. This is what I have. Of course, there are lots of different columns. You can adjust it exactly the way you want to. Maybe your style of trading. And then all you have to do to get into the simulator is just click on Sim, and it'll say not connected, and then it'll change to account, and then you click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Very simple to do. Let's hope this works. Yes, okay. You just click on a symbol, on an alert or symbol, and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. You click the buy button, and that kind of sets it up. And then you click the send immediately. Okay, if you want to do it immediately. The clicking, I'm not in a total agreement with it, but it's what they decided to do. But you click the buy button, and it gives you a chance just to make sure you know what you're doing, and then you click the send. Let's take a look at look at Box D, guys. Box D is even on the run again. Wow. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought I didn't realize I got up to 277 yesterday, and it pulled all the way back. Let's take a look at TBLT. So let's just say you wanted to take this trade right now. You thought, you know what? It's pulled back. It's still pretty strong. Some bottoming tails, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it right at the market because it's only a 1 cent spread. So we're going to buy. It sets it up. That's what I'm saying. But you can click send immediately. And let's see, it should take it around 322, 323. You'll see it show up here. There we go, 322. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a stop order. My entry was 323. I'm going to put a stop order in at 303, and I'll explain why I'm doing this. You're going to see a red line will appear on the chart that's going to say approximately minus 100. Okay, minus 97.55. So for me to take a trade, I've got a checklist, and unless I can check every box, I'm not going to take the trade. Another way to look at it, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay, I try to be highly selective, and if I cannot check every box, I don't take the trade. But just because I think a trade should work doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work. So I will always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade. That, of course, is what we call the stop. How I do it typically is I will size up a 5-minute chart, and I'll check to see where I think there's a support level that if it broke down through that, I want to be out. Okay. Now that's my idea of support. Your idea of support may be something different. So if I were starting out trading though, to make it really easy, and this is how you can practice in the simulator, I would maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle. That is a defined number. There's no guesswork. It is a defined number. And I would use that as my stop. The next step is, okay, I understand I should put a stop at a certain price. How much are you actually willing to risk on the trade though? In other words, if it goes against you, how much are you willing to lose on the trade? Hopefully it makes sense that if you have a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I demonstrate risking $100 a trade. And that's why I took 500 shares, and I'll explain that. So, and I always risk, when I'm trading my account, I'm always risking about the same amount every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I'm risking about the same amount every single trade. So again, in the simulator, I'm risking $100 every trade. That is what share size means, because I'm not taking the same number of shares every trade. How many shares I take will be dictated by the difference in my entry and my stop. Okay, so my entry was at 323. I put the stop on purpose at 303 because I wanted to make the math really easy. If I subtract 323, 303, I get 20 cents. If I'm risking $100 a trade, I divide 20 cents into 100 and I get 500 shares. So, I mean, so I'm going to know when I get into a trade, I'm going to know what the difference is. And then I'm going to do some quick math. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet based on, the risk per trade that you're going to use. So that if your risk is $100 and, you've got 17 cents difference, you can set up a spreadsheet that's going to divide 17 cents into $100 quickly for you. And you'll see how many shares to take. Okay. As an example. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock and the market's moving a little higher now. This is this is Zach's famous, well, we can't call it a reversal. It's just moving. And I wouldn't call this a reversal because this was basically flatlining. Well, the low of, it's literally the low, Sam. I mean, now you can try it. I don't do that, but I mean, the low of the 5 minute, you just hover over the candle and you'll see the low. For instance, here is 317, but the candle will tell you. Here's a 2 minute. Okay, so if I hover over the 2 minute chart and I look up here, it tells me what the low is. Okay, so you do the same thing on the 5 minute. It's going to tell you what the low is. Remember, it's the previous 5 minute candle, so it's defined. But again, you can just practice using that. I mean, I'm not saying that's the be all and the end all, but if I were starting out, because support and resistance, people ask all the time, do you have something that shows support and resistance? Well, your idea, and again, I'm not talking just you, Sam. Okay, Sam, you're not quite understanding. You're already in the trade. The 5 minute candle, the previous 5 minute candle has closed already. Okay, you're already in the trade. So the next 5 minute candle is already, has already happened. It's happening. So you're looking at the previous 5 minute candle. Okay. So your stop, again, practice it. Your stop would be at that price, at the low of the previous 5 minute candle. That's a defined price. It's not a matter of waiting or anything. I mean, remember, if I were looking at this trade right now, okay, and I'm thinking, would I want to take this trade? Here's this 5 minute candle. Yes, I want to take the trade. Okay, well, I look at the previous 5 minute candle. I know what the low is. Oh, of course. Question was in our YouTube room, do I move my stop up? Sure, if it's working, and again, the way I trade, I mean, because of some of this, especially in the last little while, some of the stuff that I'm trading has just been so fast moving, low float situations. I'm really ready to take profit quickly on something that moves 10, 20, 30% just like that. So you can call it moving my stop up, but really what it is I'm taking quick profits on some of these that really, really move quickly, because I also know that they can drop just as quickly. witness tenant. I mean, that, no, that, that's an exaggerated situation. I mean, that's an exaggerated situation, but that drop was pretty brutal. They're not all going to be like that. It's probably one of the most difficult aspects, though, when to start taking profit. And, you don't want to, get, like, I rarely get out of everything right at the beginning, even if something is really moved. But if I take out, half or whatever that, I mean, there's no set number. A lot of times it's based on how quickly did it move and what is that percentage that I've made. Now, Yell, you miserable thing. This is the one I got stopped out on for a little loss. Starting to move. But again, there's the next high looking left is 371. But this is why you've got to practice trading. Okay. If anybody who's new to trading, use the simulator. It could take, I don't, the next question can be, well, how long is it going to take? I have no idea. I mean, everybody's different. Wait a moment here. Well, Zach, I'm sure you hammered that one down. Yeah, I know you said wait for a 3 break on the wrap. This was just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Macy's is. Now, the other thing that Real talks about is if you put, say, the 8 EMA on a chart, that's that orange line you see here, and either on a 5 minute or 15-minute chart, whatever you get comfortable with, you just hang in the trade until it breaks that 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart, as an example. So let's look at Macy's. Let's pretend. So let's get a 5-minute chart. Okay, so you see that orange line? That is the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. Let's just say that you were really good and you took this trade at 1978 or $20, okay? See how this has never ever broken that 8 EMA until maybe now it touched it. Okay, so you can, again, you can practice doing something like this too. Put an 8 EMA on your 5-minute chart and just keep staying in the trade. I mean, I'd be taking some profit, on that candle there. I'd be for sure taking some profit. Okay, but not all, because it hasn't broken that trend, that ADMA yet. Okay, so you can practice doing that too. There's a lot to trading. It's not easy. Another aspect about all this is, when you're in the simulator, unless you can make money in the simulator, forget about trading live. Okay, just forget about it. Because if you can't make money when there's no emotion involved, it's a whole new ball game when emotion is involved. And unfortunately, though, even if you can make money in a simulator, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make money trading your live account, because again, emotion comes into play. What do I mean by that? Well, You might practice for a while and get really good. You're making money in the simulator. You're obeying your stops. You get out. When you get stopped out, you get out of the trade and all that. You start trading though, and especially at the beginning. But you know what? I know people that never learn. They never want to obey their stops because they always start second guessing. They have their stops in, the best intentions in the world to obey their stops, but they just can't believe a trade's not working. You get into it and being able to check every box, and maybe there's even additional stuff like there's great news. I mean, for me, I don't need news, okay, but if I saw news on the stock, that's just additional. The room is talking about it. Everybody loves it, okay, and it still doesn't work. And so you start second guessing, and you say, you know what? I'm not going to obey. Here's my TBLT. I'm not going to obey this at 303 because this is too good. Um, and it's going to probably turn around. So you allow it to go down below 303, and now it's getting lower and lower. So instead of that $100 manageable loss, it turns into two, three, four, $500 until you finally give up and you sell it and you kick yourself. Yeah, why did I not obey my stop? And I used to do that because I get stubborn. You just get stubborn. You cannot believe it's not working, and you think it'll turn around. So here's part two. Almost as worse is that you're down 300-400 and then it does turn around and now you're up 300 or 400 and you really congratulate yourself for not obeying your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. But through my experience, not obeying my stop caused me way more grief than the odd time when I didn't obey and it moved higher for me or turned into a positive situation. So now I obey my stop. I can always get back into a trade. Okay. Maybe I was a little early. Maybe the market turned on me a little bit for some reason. I can always get back into a trade later on if I want to. Well, you heard me, right, Jesse? The worst thing. Well, for me, the worst thing can be that false sense of security about not obeying your stop. And I'm not saying now. Listen, if a person keeps getting stopped out, okay, well, that's the other thing. I mean, then you have to reevaluate why are you taking these trades? That's why trading isn't easy. Okay. If you keep getting stopped out of things, even, you're putting your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, you look at something, say, I think it's good. And you keep getting stopped out, then you have to reevaluate why you're taking trades. That's why practice in the simulator. All right, BNTC. Shoot, that came back all the way from a dollar. Nice drop, pop here. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 11:17. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Now, the other thing about the way I trade anyway, and I think most will agree, is that when you get into a trade, you're always talking risk reward. Okay, so in my opinion, anyway, you should be striving for at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. So what do I mean by that? So if I get into a trade and I have a 10-cent stop, okay, and I have to be able to first I have to be able well first of all when I look at it when I look at something I say that looks interesting and I think I know where my stop's going to be and but I look on top and there's a lot of resistance say 5 cents away. I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to make 5 cents. So I have to be able to look at the chart and size it up. This is, you're doing this fairly quickly so that I have a reasonable expectation of making, as I say, a 1-for-2. In other words, in that scenario, if I'm risking 10 cents, I have to be able to look at the chart and not see anything that I think could stop it 20 cents away. Okay. Some will only take trades on say a 1-for-3. In other words, if you're risking 10 cents, you have to have a reasonable expectation of making 30 cents. How you do it is up to you. But I'm never taking a trade thinking, I mean, will I only make if I risk 10 cents, will I only make 5 cents on some trades? Of course, because maybe I don't like the way it's trading anymore. And so I get out of the trade. But that was not my expectation going into the trade. So for instance, the TNON trade, which, I mean, it's not a great example right now based on the way it's looking, but for me, this was the three break, and I got in right about 310, and so up to 345. I mean, I didn't take it out right at the top, unfortunately, but a 2 to 1 then would be at 330. Because my stop was going to be right at that three level. If it broke below three, I'm out of the trade. Now I was hoping, of course, it would keep running a lot higher than that, but it didn't. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening here. Okay. What's this one? This little one doing? MTech, another low float situation. MTech, and this has some room. Maybe not. 148 is the next high looking left, but it is a low float situation. What do they do? Okay. Look at the volume pouring in. All right, what am I looking at now is well, the BNTC. It's interesting. I mean, but I just feel it's probably I'm a little too late now. I wish I'd seen it right around here. It was probably showing up here. All right, a little bounce play from Zach Scanner, Zine, Xene, little bounce play. The alert came at 30:07. I'm just looking at some of these bouncers now. 2477 for the Fate. So this has not bounced yet. So keep an eye on Fate if you're looking at Zach's bounce plays. Macy's is not dropped. I mean, it's just hanging tough here. Keep an eye on Fate though, guys. Fate at 2477. So this is what I'm talking about. This is his bounce plays from Zach. So 2477. That's where the alert happened. So it's dropped a little bit below that. The next low looking left is 2328. So I mean, there's a ton of room still here. Wow, something finally happened in the 10-day daily breakdown, and that is camp. Yeah, I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. As stupid uptick rule. Lots of shares available. Yeah, look at camp now, guys. I know I mentioned camp a lot earlier, right around here, I think. It's an earnings play, but it just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown right here. Is Fade in that space also? I didn't know. I always think of CRISPR edit and NTLA. I didn't know Fate was there also. All right, guys, I am now, what time is it? 11:30. So I'm just waiting. I'm going to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room at noon. Mr. Dak, no period today. You've been signing in, and that's it. BNTC, yeah. Yeah, well, Macy, well, Jamie, of course, I'm keep looking to short Macy's, but I mean, Macy's is still strong. I mean, looking left, then the next high is 2103, so it's pretty close. That Macy's is pretty close to the next high looking left, just 10 cents away. I mean, if somehow it gets through that, then 2261. I mean, I mean, if it gets through, I mean, it's just had a nice run, a great run. And I think because I think Nordstrom sort of dropped a bit. Yeah, I mean, Nordstrom's did this. Macy's just flatlined, and now it's actually got a little green candle going. So Macy's certainly, as a retailer, is pretty strong today. Yeah, it's halted. BNTC is now halted again. Yes, and it's halted at the high. Isn't that the high? 164 is the high. All right, guys, wrap is starting to come back here. Wrap is starting to move again. This is interesting to me. And again, this is not my style of maybe 282, taking out 282. That might get me interested. Not my style of trading, these pullbacks, but so I'm just sticking an alert. And why 282? That's the high of, I don't know, the 1105 5 minute candle. Yeah, okay, I've just confirmed that it is Andy in our YouTube room at noon. All right, guys, wrap looks like it might want to go. I'm just looking at here. EVFM. Oh, that's super cheap. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see anything under $1. So Zach, somebody from Mike from our YouTube room mentions this one, EVFM. I don't know if you're seeing this. Look at the volume, 34 million, 12 million in the float. Yeah, so I don't see anything under $1, my scans. So even if I put 50 cents, Zach, I wouldn't see this one. Champ, another new low here, guys. This is an all-time, no, I'm sorry, it's not an all-time low. Getting close. I guess the all-time low is 370. And this is an earnings play, CAMP. Keep an eye on that wrap. We have another halt. A little bit interested in the wrap, okay? Just the way this one pulled back and then it's popping. I'm not saying wrap is going to do the same thing, but you know, it's got the same kind of look. Let's see the wrap. Come on. It's a 200-day for BNPC. 252. Wow. Well, I hope you get it, Dak. Haven't seen PEV today. PEV. Let's take a look at PEV. Yeah, it looks pretty suspect to me though on any sort of sustained bounce. I may be wrong. I mean, that's not bad right there looking at the 5. Okay, guys, notice I got stopped out, okay? In the TBLT, I left it in there. So it took me out of the trade, $100, that manageable $100 loss in the simulator. Okay? That's how that can work. Boy, this wrap, I mean, it just looks like it wants to. I think it gets into the 280s, that might give it a shot. Oh, I should have got into the box D again. I mean, the box D just over 2. There's a 10% move. Which one are you talking about, Dak? Are you talking about the wrap? I'm not in it yet, but are you talking about the wrap or the BNPC? Oh, the box D. Box. Actually, I'm wondering what one Dak is talking about. You're talking about rap? Well, I'm just thinking it may have a go just because, I mean, it got all the way up to what, 355? And it's, I guess we'll call it a mini news driven stock right now. I'm just waiting to see if it gets into the 380s. 280s, sorry, 280s. Well, I don't know if it's going to jam down or not, but it's certainly, it's basing nicely. That's all, that's the best I can say about wrap right now. Not warp, wrap. Basing nicely. You get a like a volume, some volume like that coming in. I mean, that could just pop it right through. Guys, it's just teasing. You may not get your wish, Dak. All right, guys. Well, there's the W wrap. You may not get your wish. Well, maybe I thought that was a 5 minute candle, but that's a 15-minute candle. You know, it's got that halt look on it, but I thought that was a 5 minute candle. Well, your wish would be that it would consolidate for a bit and not get halted, not have like a huge candle. No. I'm talking about BNTC. You're talking about you were hoping that it would just kind of consolidate for a while sideways and not take that big jump up. Boy, the market just flattening out. Yeah, it's just kind of flattening out. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. So almost an hour and 45 minutes or an hour and a half. This candle is just starting. I'm just basically kind of flattening right out. All right, BCTX, this has been an active one in the past. So let's take a look. 631 is the next high looking left. After that, 680. Well, man, I can get through 631 somehow. Then 680 is the next high looking left. And that is BCTX. I haven't seen much from your topping scan today. I mean, I see the alerts, but boy, they're just nothing is really dropping today. I haven't seen AERC all day. I sort of taken that off my yeah. Wow, big pop here over the VWAP. You're right, 1093. You are right, Real. This is shortable at Interactive Brokers. How many shares? Oh, tons. 2.2 million shares available for CMRX. What's the next high looking left? 226 on the daily chart. After that, 262. So something's on new order for. Oh, again, I forgot. This is a small. This is a monkeypox. Well, they say smallpox, but it's a $25 million contract from my country, Canada, for smallpox drug. Likely to be used to treat monkeypox. So I mean there is news. But again, it's always the up to 25 million. Up to. How was SIGA doing? Interesting. SIGA's not doing squat. Lots and lots of volume coming in now, boy, in this CMRX. All right, guys. So I won't be able to take any new trades now. I'm going to be taking my break in about 5 or 10 minutes. So I will not be able to take any new trades. The Cimarex, though, Chimerex, however it is pronounced. Excuse me. If it does take out this 226, I mean, it's still got room to the 262 level. So I'd like to see it base a little bit. That's a lot of volume. Look at that volume bar in the 15. That's the biggest one of the day. And I just heard Vive. Yeah, I just heard Vive spiking. Yeah, another one. 10 million in the float. A lot of volume coming in. All right, guys. Yeah, this is volume is picking up for the VIVE. Really picking up. And Vive is leading the charge here in the racers. Yeah, this is too bad. This is so extended right now. I mean, it could keep going. I think this is maybe something to do with the news, if you read what they do. Wow. Another one of these sub $1 stocks that just explode. Look at that, 59% now. All right, guys, it's getting close to noon. So what I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in here so that if you want to head over to YouTube at noon when Andy gets there, he'll be there between 12 and 1 while I take my break. Oh yeah, yeah. The I was actually I only got a little bit of that wrap. It actually I was looking to get more and then it started to drop, so I held off. So yeah, I took a little bit of a loss on that one. You were right. It didn't have that follow through at all. Um, just got to make sure I do one thing before I do take my break. Yeah, just not seeing the other than the BNTC, definitely there was a nice follow through on the pullback. Really good follow through on the pullback. Just not seeing the same sort of follow throughs on those other ones. Not yet, anyway. The Cameco CCJ, another one that is just moving higher. Uranium play out of Canada, showing up in Zach's topping scan. Andrew, I hear a little ping.
Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm here. How are
All
you?
right, man. Doing good. Doing good. How things going?
Not quite as good as yesterday in terms of the follow throughs on some of the small floats that we saw yesterday and the day before, but still really good from the racers. Still really really enthused about using it almost
Nice.
exclusively. Just not seeing quite the same follow through, but that's okay. You can't expect that every single
Yeah,
day.
it is a summer Friday, so you'll get that
Hmm.
sometimes. Yeah, for sure.
With this Russell being readjusted, I mean that I don't know if that's the entire reason for this market being so on fire today, but man, oh man, what a run!
What stock are you referring to?
The Russell, no, the exchanges, the
Oh, I
Russell.
gotcha. Gotcha. Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
they've had a nice one.
Yeah, no
Uh,
kidding.
yeah. As a matter of fact, I just shorted. I mean, well, I say I hedged. I put on a hedged with my remaining positions. I just bought some TZA just to kind of go into the weekend.
Are you
But
doing that? Really?
well, that's what I do. I've had a great week.
Yeah.
Sold a lot of my China stocks this morning. Sold half of them, and so with the remaining half, typically what I'll do is just go ahead and just put a hedge on.
Right.
Obviously I'm not short right now. Still got a lot of positions, but I kind of like to do that sometimes. Just to
Cool. Okay.
yeah.
All
But
right. Yeah, I'm just watching. There's one. This is BNTC. I'm looking at again. Boy, that what a move that had. All right, Andy. I'll take my break now. I'll probably show up about five two
no
one,
problem.
and maybe we'll have a little chat, and
All
then
right, buddy.
I'll wish you a good weekend after that.
Hey,
Okay.
same to you, bud. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Bye bye. What's up, Mike C? How are you? Hey, Circle. Happy Friday to everybody. Hope everybody's had a decent week. I think there was some opportunity out there, even though the market, well, last couple of days we got a nice bounce in the spies. I say that last well, all week. You look at it, there was a lot of green bars, but not ready to call a bottom, that's for sure. But interesting level we're getting here in the spies. If we reach up to this level, that's why I have a price alert sitting there. Mike C, Andy, yeah. What Chinese? Well, yeah, you see a lot of them. I've sold some, still in a few. A couple I actually bought today. This Vips on a pullback. I bought it a little bit early, but I'm still loving this on the daily chart. I think if this VIPS gets above 1130, it's going to go for that. Let me just put that price alert up there. Gets above that 1130 level, I think it's going to fill that gap pretty easily for an easy buck move. So I've been jumping. I've been in and out of this one for a while now. Uh, yeah, man, the car races BNTC. I need to. I'm not the the uh, geeked out day traders that you that you guys are. So I kind of slow things down a little bit and look for more of a something that's setting up good on the daily pattern. But yeah, I remember the days. I remember the days, and yeah, what a run that had this morning. Crazy. All right, markets going to highs here. Spies are anyway. I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought I'd get more of that out of this upstart. I bought this yesterday. You can see there at 37.49, ish. Um, Scalped out about 75% of it today. I still got a quarter of it. I was really hoping to get a major squeeze on there. Big short interest in this thing. It may come. It just may come with me only holding 25% of my position. Ran right into its 20 period, but with the other stocks, a lot of these ARC stocks ripping. This one is kind of stuck in the mud there. Expecting a lot more out of that. All right. Just see what else I've been. Noah's been a nice one for me. I bought this back 13. You can see down there 1736. So very nice move in that Noah. Just was bottom fishing on some of these when the laggers, as you could call them, when the China stocks were going. So who's another one that still may have some meat on the bone? I'm in that one as well. Path was a nice winner for me. I still got 25% of that position. I'm still in scalping mode until these moving averages can get, back above their I'm sorry, the price action in the spies and major indices can get above their 10 and their 20 period. A little disappointed in Lou. I did add to my position today on this Lou, but I still setting up there nicely. I think this one can still go. And like I said, I did buy some more VIPs today. All right. Who ya? Man, this one still has all the potential in the world. Hasn't done anything. Okay, China game player stock. One to keep an eye on. I keep thinking it's going to when it breaks out of these levels, but it keeps pulling back. But I'm just going to sit in it as long as it's above these moving averages. Got a pretty decent size position in that one. And I bought this YI today. I don't know why it's a China. I saw China stocks. I saw it coming through. I'd set alert a while back. Anyway, I bought this at 250. Nothing's going on there, but you might set an alert if it does break out of this. Uh, 230 range. It could have a quick pop to maybe $3. A scanner for bottom fishing. Mostly I've already shared with you, Iris. I got two, Armageddon and what's called Dawn of the Dead. I don't know if you've seen the Dawn of the Dead. I'll share it with you. Uh, and these are just stocks that take a look at the configuration. Gosh, one thing's for certain in life is Windows will always try to keep selling you freaking uh, software. Let's see. All right, let's look at the configuration. Basically, it's just looking for position and lifetime range. It's got to be in the lower 10% of its lifetime range. But position in 5-day range, it's in its upper 10% of its 5-day range. Very simple. Has to do at least 300,000 shares a day. on average. Price needs to be above $3, and yeah, you can catch some in here. You can add some filters if you want to. It might not be a bad idea to maybe add some volume filters. I just kind of look at it and kind of eyeball the stocks when they're coming through. Uh, there's a good one. Had a big volume bar yesterday, and some follow through today. So don't know if you have this, Iris, but I will drop it. I'm sure people in here do not have it. It can be a good one. And a lot of times when you're in markets like the, in these bearish tapes, and you see a lot of these, because what'll happen is a lot of time is for all the stocks, people start pulling all their money out of the big winners that they've had, and and a lot of times the first thing you see is money flowing into these beaten up stocks. So I'll add it, put the cloud link in the chat. And also that Armageddon that I shared with you a lot of times, I'll take a look at that. Would you add a high volume to the scan? You could. I mean, it may not be a bad idea. Just you might just put, uh, if I'm looking at it, I'm just kind of eyeballing things, but it may not be a bad idea to put a relative volume, something maybe 1.5, just to make sure, they're doing decent volume. And you could, you could put whatever you want into as far as volume filters go. You could put maybe a 5 minute, to make sure it's hitting a new high on. Well, it's the top list, so it doesn't need to be hitting a new high. So yeah, I think a relative volume would work the best. And Rite Aid is in there now. Rite Aid would have probably shown up in here, going back to this day right here, or maybe definitely on this day. But you got to be careful with these though, because if the market does turn, they're still in a downtrend. So you got to, you got to get out quick if you're wrong. So it's not a bad one right there, popping out of this range. Although it looks like it's running into the top of this range right there. These are not ones I want to chase. These are ones I want to usually catch early, because you don't want to be the one chasing these. Ranger, I don't do a lot of day trading anymore. I did that for 17 years and I had enough of it. Then I kind of moved on to swing trading, and I got busy with other things too, for like trade ideas and some other stuff I was involved in mentoring. Uh, but for day trading, if I am going to day trade, and when I did day trade, I use the 10 SMA. It's a very good indicator. I got it on a 5 minute chart. I usually use a 15-minute chart, guys. Sorry about that. But here's a great example. Look at this KC that we're looking at. Popped this morning, and look how it's defending that 10 period moving average. Just a simple 10 SMA is all I need. That and volume. And what a lot of times, Steve and I used to have a Today Trader, and we'd follow this thing. And what we'll do when we're playing momentum is, if the candle closes below the 10 period moving average, a lot of times we'll get out. You know, sometimes, I mean, if I feel like, a lot of times, it's, it looks great on the daily, the volume's there. I'm going to give myself a little wiggle, but that's a great example right there. This KC. I was going to watch this one do this morning. Another China play. Uh, yes, I will use the 10 SMA on the daily. Okay, I do not look at the intraday at all, obviously, and when you're trading a daily, and that's what a lot of people, make mistakes. Is they get too caught up in the. Let me give you a prime example. Yesterday, I bought this UPST, around, well, 37.49. This is yesterday. And what'll happen is a lot of times if you're focusing, if you're buying it for a swing trade, you cannot pay any attention to the intraday action. Okay, so I'm looking at this. I buy it. I had some profits, and then it comes down. Next thing I know, I'm underwater. Okay, it falls down on me, but not that much. But I know a lot of people when they see that kind of action on intraday, they will get out because they're thinking, "Oh, it broke through the 10. This thing is going to go to lows. I'm bailing." No, if you're going to trade on the intraday, look at all these price alerts, man. If you're going to trade on a swing trade or an investment or whatever like that, you have to focus on the daily. And I will keep a chunk of this. I wish I'd have kept half, but that's okay. I had a decent size, so I'm happy with 25% left. Uh, because I know I took nice profits on the 75%. Now I can breathe easy. I can let this thing actually take out the low of this area over here at 35. I probably won't, but I could and still make money. So it's not a big deal. But the point is, whatever time frame you're playing, you want to focus on that time frame as far as your entries and exits. It's okay to use an intraday for an entry, I think, a lot of times when you're swing trading, but once you've entered the trade, you want the daily to set your stops. Dawn of Dawn of the Dead. Uh, Amy, what's did you meant to say something else there, Raja? Somebody named Amy? Amy's? Oh, look at USAC. Okay, let me take a look at USAC. Yeah, that's looks like a buyout to me. All cash deal. Yeah, that's nice if you're sitting in those. Didn't Zendesk get bought out today too? What was that? Yeah, what a premium. Nice little. Well, that was ugly too. Ah, I'm sorry. Okay, no problem. Your favorite skin of all time. Yeah, it can be a good one. I mean, like I say, I have no problem with bottom fishing as long as something. I mean, just like that upstart. That's not. You know, I look for some at least some sort of basing pattern. I mean, this thing had bad earnings. Let's see here, up going on a while back. And look at that, it's been going sideways, actually trading higher than where it was. So basically, for that's kind of constructive as far as a bottom. I'd like to get it above this 20 period moving average, and I think it could have a quick pop to maybe 50. But uh, I don't mind playing. I bought PayPal yesterday, and unfortunately, I bought it yesterday because everything was running. This and hadn't gone. It was still below all its moving average. Unfortunately, I made a keystroke error today and got out of all of it at 77.90, right around that one. But there you go. I mean, even though you talk about that's a prime bottom fish, nothing's happening there. And I probably played this thing 3 or 4 times over the last 3 or 4 months. Uh, and I always kind of do the same thing. I scalp out half of them, on the move, and if it comes back and goes back, for flat on my other half, I'm out. I still made money. As long as you know, as long as you're being wise and smart on your size, on your entry, and being disciplined on your out, there's nothing wrong with looking for a kind of constructive bottom for a move. This was one where all the tech stocks had a nice run and it didn't go, but it went today. And I wish I may have to get back in, but if I make a mistake like that, I usually don't jump back in. Bought this rocket the other day at 7.19. Yesterday, actually. Uh, Sold half today, but just because it's kind of getting close to this 20. But one to keep an eye on. CEO has been buying some shares the last few days, uh, beating up. Now, this is one that I won't bottom fish. It's just an ugly chart, but I did wait for it basically to clear that 10 period moving average. Took out this low, but going back over here. So, this is one that I bought that if it would have turned around and taken out the low of that day, I probably would have just got out really quick. Uh, Michael shared with me an interesting. Oh, you talking about buyouts or in? Uh, I just where do I think I just usually see it on Twitter somewhere. I don't have a service that I use, Benzinga or something like that. I used to have I had briefing.com forever and then I had Benzinga for a while. But I found myself that if I just study charts and let the price action talk to me, I'm much better off. I like if something's happening out there, I kind of like to see the news and I'll look at some news sometimes to just to make sure if I'm looking at a stock that is gapping up, and I just kind of maybe want to make sure it's valid information. But for the most part, yeah, I don't buy. Uh, I don't like to get into news because it can warp your mind. It can make you anticipate on things that you think should happen, and you end up. I don't know. For me, it can be distracting. I would rather just let price action talk to me. Let's see. Do you have a day trading scan that is your favorite of Trade Ideas owners? Yeah. Uh, these two are my favorite: Extreme Volume High Low Pro. Uh, oh gosh, how did I miss that today? Gosh dang it! That was on my watch list, and I just totally missed that one. Oh well. See, it's what happened when you're trying to focus on your swing trades and everything. Sometimes you just miss. That's why it's always good to set price alerts. And it looks like I had one in there, and it probably went off in after hours yesterday or something like that. Which we're getting that fixed with the new uh, version that you guys will have soon, where you can prevent stocks from going off, your price alerts from going off in after hours. But Extreme Master Blaster is a great one. A lot of people, you're not going to miss anything on this one. And what it is, it's just a momentum stock where they have to be doing extreme volume, uh, and they have to be breaking out of at least a 10-day high. You're not going to miss too many things on this. A lot of people have told me they really like this one a lot. And not only that, I have it broken down into nice uh, three, five different strategies. $2 to $10, above $10, low float, 52-week high and all-time high. So it's always nice to see these stocks, this morning, like, oh, whoa, this is breaking out. This may be one to watch. And you can find these, okay, if you want to look at a lot of our favorite scans, just go to the Traders Vault in the channel bar, and you're going to see a lot of snapshot size windows. You'll have to expand them, but Extreme Master Blaster is in there, Extreme Volume Hollow Pro is in there. So just when you see them, just stretch them out and then save them to your cloud, and you'll have access to them. But those are my two favorite. All right, let's make sure I didn't miss anything. But speaking of, because you mentioned buyouts, and I did mention about insider buying on Rocket Mortgage. Now, once again, I will not buy a stock just because the CEO is buying shares. But if the CEO is buying shares and the price action confirms that maybe there's something going on here, then I will, that would make it give it more validity to it. So anyway, I'll share this with you guys because Michael actually shared this with me the other day, and it is a free place where you can go and find insider buys, sells. It's up to date, gives you them as recent as today. So what I'd like to do is if I see something in there and the chart looks good, just put a price alert, see if there's volume coming in, see if it's anyway, I'll share this with you guys. But don't feel like you have to use it. Once again, you have to be disciplined as far as just saying, "Oh man, insiders are buying. I'm buying this." No, you gotta once again let the price action dictate your action. Perfect structure. Are you talking about Rocket Mortgage? No, this and it wasn't a lot either, but you have a search in here. You can go in here and do Rocket, type it in, go, and you're going to see on the 22nd. Like I said, these are small amounts, but still, you got the CEO, buying some shares over the last few days. You also have a director as well. So no, I'm not looking at past shares. Uh, you're welcome, Mike. But once again, I saw that and it said, "Hey, well, I know the stock's been beaten up. I mean, it's down in the figures now." And then I looked at it, had a couple of nice green days, took out that low going back over here, and then it traded above that 10 period moving average. Thought I'd give it a shot. Yeah, yeah, you're right. There you go, perfect circle, and that's the point I'm making. Okay, uh, these they may know their business, but they don't know understand the trading, the markets, the price action, and things like that. And sometimes I guess they don't even know their business because it's so difficult to see in the future. Uh, especially when we get into a bear market. All right, let me see here. I can share Extreme Master Blaster. You can find it once again, but I'll go ahead and share it for you. So we call it MB, and there you go. Did I mention I did buy a little Tesla today at right around 124, half size position. There's one. You're talking about you know possibly a bottom, constructive. To had a low over here, didn't quite take out that low. Now it's back above its 10 and its 20 period moving average. Obviously, it needs to, love to see it get above this 800. But hey, that's a setup there where it's worth me to buy a half size and see what happens. If I'm wrong, I get out quickly, and it's not as painful since I just had a size or a half size. All right, let's take a look around the market real quick. SPY still holding. There you go. There's that 10 period moving average just about to touch it. Getting real close to a key level over here, a pivot level, which we had set up, uh, basically bouncing off our pandemic VWAP over here for several days in a row. We finally broke it on a gap down. Now we're back up to this level. It's going to be hard to get through. We may poke through and get to this 20, but on a Friday afternoon, this may be a tough level. Take a look at the Qs. Same scenario there. Look at there. We ran right into our 20 period moving average on the Qs. Even though we got through that pandemic level, I think a lot of the beaten up tech stocks had a lot to do with this kind of move, getting through that area in the Qs there. And IWM is could could potentially do have a ledge right here. Could potentially go and try to fill this gap and get up to this 20 period. Uh, we'll see. YY is a Singapore stock that a lot of times will trade. You find a lot of these Hong Kong, Singapore stocks will trade kind of with the China stocks, but that one's one beaten up, popping above its 10-day. I mean, but just really ugly. It's one a lot of times I'll take a chance on. I mean, it's been going sideways down here for a couple of weeks and popping above yesterday and a 3-day high here above their 10 period moving average. But horrible downtrend. If you're wrong, you got to got to get out. But shoot, if you get a move up to the that's a $4 move. If you bought it at 30, 30 with $3 move. Okay, a trade a day. When you say half size, is it you invest the same dollar amount all the time, or is it half referring to something else? Great question. Half size is, uh, let's say for example, Tesla. I mentioned I bought a half size in Tesla. Okay, let's say for hypothetical reasons, let's say I wanted 100 shares of Tesla. Okay, but I am, even though I'm liking this for a potential bottom in Tesla, nice little trending kind of in a wedge over the last month. Okay, now it's above its 10 and its 20 period moving average. But I'm not convinced, obviously this is a bottom. So what I'll do is I'll go buy 50 shares. Okay. If my goal is to eventually have 100, and I say I bought half size, I would buy 50 shares right now. And then maybe once it pops up, and starts moving forward, then I will look to add another 50. But typically, what I won't chase that second 50 unless there's really good volume coming in. I will look for a pullback to add my second 50. So because I'm already got a good position on my first half, so maybe I'll look for a a pullback to get the second 50 shares. But uh, it's a great question. And a lot of times, I will just buy uh, even third size, like I did in TZA. Okay, I wanted to put on a hedge right now because I've had nice profits this week. I've sold at least half of all my positions, pretty much. Um, but I still, I bought a couple more things today, but I still have enough shares that if we get like a big gap down on Monday, something happens, I'm gonna get it may hurt me. So I'll start putting on a hedge. But as this hedge, I just bought like TZA, I just bought a third of a size for my first hedge. Uh Now the market starts rolling over and getting hit, and I see volume coming in, boom. I'll add to that hedge, and maybe I'll start trimming some longs. It's kind of been my style, for a while, especially when you get in a bear tape like this. But yeah, there's nothing wrong, scaling in and scaling out of a position. It's kind of was what I did with Upstart. I bought see, I bought half anyway. Now this one, because I had some conviction because of ARKK, and a lot of the stocks were, moving the last 2 days. Okay, I've been in path. I've been in path since 1990 actually. Still have a quarter of my position. Uh, I got juked out of you though. I was in that too. Made me mad. Uh but Upstart, I bought a pretty good size of that. Then that's just kind of gut feeling. Okay. I uh, because I like the it wasn't moving with the others, and I knew it had a big short position, but I knew once if it got going, there was a good chance, this thing could rip, and it still may. I just got, like I said, I sold 75% of my position because I had a pretty good chunk, and then uh, that's a little more risky. But a lot of times, I just go with my gut, and I just seeing the way ARK closed yesterday, and this hasn't gone. Seeing the way China was holding up, I just felt comfortable that we probably wouldn't come in with a big gap down this morning. Uh, but I'm still disappointed. I thought I'd get more out of it than this, but oh well. Still may come. Well, sometimes it works and sometimes it didn't. Rocket. I really only got half of my position yesterday because I bought half. It pulled back, and I was really thinking once it popped back above this fast line to buy, and I didn't add to it. So I really only got half a position in this rocket. So it's not a big winner. Um, but I'm definitely not going to come in and chase it today. After 4 bars like this in a bear market, I don't. That's another thing. I don't. I don't. I let the prices come to me in this type of market. There's no reason to be chasing. If you're a day trader, that may be different. If you're chasing momentum, I understand that. But if you're a swing trader, there's absolutely no reason to be chasing in this market. All right, the spies are trying to break down below their fast line now. See if they can. We've seen this a lot, just like the spies. Steve and I were thinking, the spies and Qs would get up to this 50 so we could fade them, and the market's been so weak that they can't even get to these moving averages. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if the spies can't make it to the 20 period there. COSM is running without me. Yes, it is. I'm gonna let it run without me too. Good volume though. Look at that volume. Here's a nightmare of a story. I had this Vidu. Uh, anyway, set in it for days after this pop right here. Set in it for like 3 days. Could not get anything going. Took a loser on it. Sold it at like 120 or something like that. And the very next day, the thing just pops and goes up to got all the way up to 240 yesterday. Steve got me in. I seldom will play stocks like that, but anyway, that one hurt. 'Cause I had a good chunk of that. I didn't lose a lot because I had a pretty decent entry, but it's like, right the day after I get out, it ripped. Another thing I'll do is good reminder. Like this JD I bought at actually this was in my paper trading account. My account actually got it at like 32.70, and uh actually I love this. So this was a full position yesterday, and then of course it just turned around, got ugly, ugly. But once again, held on to that low, did not break, this kind of low range. So I did not get out, even though I didn't like it. It didn't do what I was supposed to do, but still it held up. Now, what I did today is once I got my gap up and this thing moved, um, and just a lot of times what I'll do is sell before my target, at least half, even though I didn't have a lot of gains in it. Just looking at the market and where we were and running into resistance and maybe, pulling back, I just felt uh, and I do this a lot. I got, even if it's only a few $100, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna let my desire to make more or to reach a certain target affect the way I trade. So, um, I did sell half of this morning, just because still kind of bearish, and just kind of a lot of times I'll just go with my gut, and I sold half of a lot of stuff. Noah, Sohu, uh, PayPal, I accidentally sold it all. Trying to think. Anyway, the point I'm making is you got to change the way you think in a bear tape versus a bull tape. Okay, when you're in a bull tape, you can let those things ride for possibly a few days, few weeks, few months. But when you're in a bear tape, you got to sometimes learn to just get what you can out of a stock, take your profits. Gosh dang it, this rocket is going to go higher, and yeah, it wants that level, doesn't it? It wants that level right there. Femi, Femi, you must be running a race or something over there, Mike. See, you're seeing a lot of these movers. Oh, what a nice moving pin. Now you can set these after hours with the new version that I have. I don't know if Barry has shown you this. You're going to be able to trigger alert in after hours. So if you don't want it to trigger in after hours, you can uncheck it now. Wish you could just have it to default to that for all of them, but So something you'll have to remember to do when you do get this version. So I don't want it. We get a lot of bad ticks in after hours. Testing. I see you, Aja. This KC and the Sunshine Band wants to go to highs. Really surprised this little thing hasn't gone. Hey, blind trader. Ah, okay. You can create a scan that use a smart stop. Okay, well, good, Aja. As a reversal. Okay, good stuff. Yeah, I don't get into those smart stops that much, but hey, if it works for you, that's what counts. I do think if this upstart can get up through that 20 moving average, I really think you could have a $4 or $5 move really quick because you do have a big short float. It's been increasing too. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh, interest rates going up, they can't make money. But I don't know. Let the let the chart tell me. Oh, here one of Barry's watch lists up going off. Natural gas pipeline stock. Big dividend yield. I don't know if that's right. Mm. Oh, you meant to ask if you can. You know what, Aja, send that. I thought you were saying that. Oh, you're testing if see if you can and create a scan that uses a smart stop. Yeah, you want to send that to info. Send it to our web because I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't. Yeah, I haven't played around with that smart stop that much. Uh, should be able to. I just don't. I won't know how to do it. So if you want to send that to info, there's definitely a couple of people that can figure that out for you. This has been my best trade. I bought it the other day. I did sell the last of mine on this day right here, right around 69, uh, right around 69 somewhere. But I'm really hoping to get a pullback on this. I don't know if I will, but it's definitely a strong chart there and above all its moving averages. Another interesting one there. Definitely want to know if it pops above that level. Well, I take that back. Lee's been the best one, but I did sell that at date. Sold it on this say right around 36. Sell it for my had a great price. You can see the well, no, that wasn't my buy, but I was it was right around here somewhere, $29 and yeah, almost got 10 bucks out of that thing. Boy, it's gotten way ahead of itself. This is one where I will hope for a pullback, get back in. Always good to throw in price alerts. All right. Market's kind of falling asleep on us. Yeah, nice move there. Ah, that was one I was in. Took a small profit. Boy, they had a nice move. Yes, it is. It is that. Maybe that'll give me hope for this YI. Man, that's had a move from 43 cents, man. That's working on a triple. Got a gap fill in it. Yep. If you use the closing price, get another 12 cents out of it. Yep. I like the way Tesla is actually setting up here too. May have to go ahead and add that second half. There you go, Mike C. Yeah, the car races, I'm telling you. Guys, if you haven't been playing with those things, I got a couple running over here. My China watcher, I keep that up, and then I have winners, uh, mostly bigger cap. I need to run one for the uh, change in like 2 minute, so you can catch these ones moving. But once again, I'm not much so much of a day trader, so this market just kind of feels like it's just going to hang on today. All right. Yeah, it's kind of getting feeling that Friday afternoon dullness. All right, Tesla, what you gonna do?
Well, Andy, let me perk you right up.
Hey, thank you.
You're welcome. You know, it's
Yeah.
funny. I was listening to you, and I just caught the tail end of this. And what I heard you say is, "Yeah, and I've been in it since 1990." I'm going, "Man, that's 32 years. What a swing!" But you were talking about path,
I was.
PATH,
Oh yeah.
and I'm going, "Oh my God!" I mean, I know I don't, I'm a scalper, but I mean, come on, 32 years. What's been around for
Oh man,
32
I
years?
don't know, but I wish there were a couple. I could name probably a couple. I wish I was still. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Uh, yeah, good question. A lot of those
Well,
ones that were
I guess
strong back then are
obviously
weak now.
Apple, things like that, way back in the late 90s, things like that.
Yeah.
But it just made me laugh because I'm going, man, my goodness, I've been in this since 1990.
Funny story about Apple. Though. I just remember it like it's yesterday. Is early 2000, and I don't know if you guys remember in the early 2000s. You can go back and look at it on a long term chart. It was trading around $7,
Yeah, they
and
were going bankrupt.
yeah, and
Microsoft was going to
I
buy them.
remember like 3 days in a row, this AAPL coming through my high low ticker. Back then, I didn't have. Oh, I take that back. We maybe. Nah, I don't know if Trade Ideas was out, but yet. But anyway, for 3 days in a row, I can't tell you how many hundreds of thousands of shares I traded of Apple, jumping in and out. It made some good money, but I'm thinking,
Yeah.
dang, why didn't I just hold 1,000 of those?
Yeah. Well, you and I
You
would not
know,
be talking if you had
no,
done that.
exactly. You
You'd be
know, it's
somewhere
cra
else.
I know, I know. So, uh, day trading's fun, but yeah, you know, if you're young, you know, you find those good stocks at a good price, put some away. You know, just
No, I
word to the
agree.
wise. Yeah.
Hey, Andy, until 2010 when I got traded, I didn't day trade ever. I was a Well, I call it a long-term investor, and I'm talking several years of various things. But
Oh, wow.
these were things in the oil patch and that I kind of knew a little bit about. I had called the quote unquote contacts, that knew something, things
Sure.
like. And I would just, but I had another job, so I mean, I would just park stocks away for several years.
Yep.
Did okay. Got involved in a couple of private placements
Oh,
that did
nice.
okay, but it all turned around when I got trade ideas in 2010, and then I saw the
Ah,
light.
there you go. There you go, buddy. All
Yeah.
right, man. Well, yeah, you probably not gonna be doing much for the rest of the day, huh? I mean, let's something.
You know what? The only thing I'm going to wait on are, of course, the races. And if I see, especially if I see some stock that I haven't seen all day, and all of a sudden I see like a big 5, 6, 7, 8%, I'm going to certainly click on it and see what
Sure.
it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
But other than that, you're right. I'm probably going to. But this stupid AERC is really catching my attention again. It has come off
Oh, I
ten
like that.
dollars.
Yes.
Yeah, it's come off at 10, and
Is that the
it
one
won't
that
go.
AUVI runs with? Oh, yeah, it's kinda
Yeah,
perking up a
yeah,
little too, huh? Yeah.
exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So the same
Interesting.
sector. The two of them in the sector,
Yeah.
whatever that sector is.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm kind of watching that one to see if it has an end of the day run.
There you go.
But yeah, other than that, you're right. Probably just sitting on my hands. But the BNTC, that looks interesting still to me. If it catches a bid later on and takes out that high of the day and starts to run, all these crazy, stupid little low floaters. I mean, you know what it's like. It's trader mentality, and something takes out a high of the day later on. Why not? People pile in. So
What's that symbol
I will.
again? BNC? Wait.
BNTC,
Oh,
BNTC.
BNTC. Okay, there you go.
It's only
Oh,
up
yeah. Yeah.
126%.
Now let me ask you, you're not the type, Barry, like this ARC. You're not
Yeah.
the type that will actually try to get early. You'll actually like wait for it to take out the prior day's high, or
Yeah,
yeah,
if I were really going to get it, well, 14.75, that's giving up about
yeah, it
a
is.
dollar 50.
Yeah, it's
Um, yeah, no, so no, I wouldn't have to take up the prior day's high, but today's high, because
yeah.
what I look at, it has room
Okay, yeah, sure,
to the
exactly.
high of yesterday.
Yep.
So that's how I would think. But no, I would not wait. That'd be way too long, and I would not swing it either. I mean, I don't trust
No,
these things at all.
no, no, no. Interesting.
Yeah. But look, you're right. Look at the market just absolutely flatlining now.
Yeah, it is. It
I haven't
is.
seen, that's very interesting. I haven't seen that for a long time. I mean, I
No.
was super impressed by the fact that the market gapped up in the pre-market, and then it really gapped up when the market opened.
Yeah,
And now
yeah,
we're
it
just,
really got
let's see.
moving. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's some massive short covering going on, or
Hmm.
there's new buying interest coming in. We'll find out. We'll know in a few days. But
How are you doing with ARK? Are you dabbling in ARK yet?
uh,
ARKK?
well, not the. I have played it a little bit, but I played stocks in it.
Oh, okay. You're
Yeah, yeah.
not.
I made some money on you. Unfortunately, I got out too soon. Path I done real well on, and of course this Upstart I bought yesterday at around 37.40. But I scalped out of most of it. I was really hoping it would get above through this 20 and really rip, because it has a huge short interest. It's one to watch if it takes out that 20, Barry, even for day trading, because I really believe with this almost 32% short float, if it breaks through that 20, it's going to have a really quick run, $4 run in it to
This is
44.50.
UPST.
Yeah,
UPST, Upstart.
yeah, yeah, and it's an arc play, and uh, it has a huge short interest because of their business, mortgage and
Hmm.
non-mortgage. People thinking interest rates going up, they're not going to get any more business. But I'm always
Yeah.
kind of thinking contrary on what everybody else is thinking. But
By the way,
But
did you
anyway,
say you scalped out of position? Did you say
well,
scalped
did
out
I
of the
say that? Did I
position?
use that
You
term?
did. Yes, you
Oh,
did. I
okay.
got it on tape
Well, a
or
scout for
on
me is
recording.
maybe a hold, yeah, a hold overnight and then take the move in the morning to get out of
Okay.
half my position. So I guess
Okay.
that would be a scout.
Okay. All right, Andrew, I'll
All
let
right,
you
Barry.
go. Have a nice weekend.
Hey, you have a nice weekend too. Bye, everybody. See you next week.
Okay, guys, let me get my music rolling. Okay, I'm back in both rooms now. After talking with Andy for a bit. So as I said to Andy, I'm not really looking at anything unless, well, for instance, sober, sober, SOBR. I don't think I saw. I don't think we've seen this one. I was just saying to Andy, what might I do in the afternoon? I mean, the BNTC still kind of intrigues me. We did talk a little bit about the AERC, but really what I'm looking for is some new stock to show up in the stock racers, and with a big hefty percentage. And sober right now, yeah, it's kind of. I mean, it's very low volume. And the other thing too, though, again, I just have to keep looking left. You just see a ton of resistance potentially. Now, if it can get through 130, I don't know why it's moving right now. Yeah, I had some news on the 22nd something about securing a supply chain stability. But yeah, just to me, it just looks like there could be too much resistance. Condoms, yeah, maybe. I don't know who controls that market. Boy, this market is just flatlining now. I was just talking to Andy about that. Just absolutely flat across. CHD, okay. Take a look at CHD. Church and Dwight. Really? Seen them, but I don't usually look at companies that are this expensive. But yeah, hey, look, nice week, great week. Excuse me. All right, guys, wrap is starting to come back a bit here. Wrap is starting to come back. It's come back at 20 to 30, almost 30 cents now. Still have an interest in it if it gets over that 280 mark and starts to run. It says SSNT. Let's take a look at SSNT. What is it doing? Yeah, the only issue is no volume. So all the volume is coming in right now. It's rated 49,000. All the volume is right here. So hard to get, for me anyway, get too excited about it because, if I wanted to buy some, how am I going to get out? Their airline, little airline. I used to see Mesa a lot, but I don't know. I guess they're still in business. Scheduled commercial aviation holding company. Okay, thought they were bought out or they were looking to buy or a long time ago. I guess this fate off your bottom scan. I mean, it's run a little bit, taking a long time, 2477. But you know, man, I mean, if it takes out this 2530, maybe it still has some more run in it. So I'll stick an alert there for fate, FATE. We would have a shot to get to the 2580s, I guess, before it hit another area of resistance. But again, I'm not diving into anything out of boredom right now. I'm going to wait and see if we get anything that's really starting to move in this race. Yeah, I think TBLT is done. I mean, it looked like it was going to take out three pretty easily, and now it's just starting to drift down again. ZG ZGN. I mean, back here. What this is back in December of 21. Based on the price cam, I mean, I can't know for sure, but based on the price, because it's at 10, it looks like this was a SPAC. Yeah, it was a SPAC merging with a SPAC. This is sometimes where our news is good because it goes back a long ways. Okay, so I'm just looking here. Italian fashion house Urman Yield Zegna's shares jumped 6% in trading debut after merging with SPAC. First, we even go back to last year, like July of last year. So you got a race running on the Chinese stocks, Mike, I'm assuming. All right. Again, this silver. Look where it got to. Look where it got to. 129. What's the next high? We have 135. We have 130. We have 129. We have 132. We have 127. All this here. If somehow, I mean, look, if it can clear that, because then you look at a monthly chart, and the next high is 250. So if somehow, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert around 130. It may not happen today, but maybe on Monday. Maybe on Monday it takes that out and has a shot. I mean, there's the weekly chart. Weekly chart is exactly the same as the monthly chart in terms of the high looking left, 250. So it reminds me, not quite, but it reminds me a little bit of the TBLT that we saw yesterday. TBLT had flatlined a lot longer, but when it had that little pop here, I remember I said yesterday, boy, look at this gap fill. So I have no idea if silver is going to do the same thing, but the best thing, just put a price alert. Put a price alert in the high of this month, which is about 129, and see if it takes it out. It might take it out today, but if it doesn't take it out today, it might take it out next week. And then you've got this beautiful little potential gap fill. And it's another low float. So, 2.5 million. Oh, I'm not sharing. Thank you very much. I forgot to start sharing my screen. Sorry. Aye. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you should see my screen now. I got all wrapped up in talking with Andy, and he left, and I left too. I forgot to do that. Well, I apologize, Intel Trader. Where are you? Oh, I apologize, but this SSNT now is exploding. But when we last looked at it, it was about 60 odd thousand shares, and now it is exploding. Hmm. Low float, another low float. Now it's showing up here, but the problem is, but man, I mean, when we saw this, I mean, they had only traded about 60,000 shares and thought, okay, but look at it now. I mean, the volume is just being pumped up here. Okay, guys, I think we're getting a little break in the market here. It looks like we're getting a little break in terms of a little pop up, maybe. Just one moment. If you guys just give me a moment, I just have a couple things I have to do. I'll be right back. Look at the AERC, guys. AERC on the move here. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so while I was on my phone call, AERC, guys, is in mini rip mode now. Mini rip mode. Over 14. Come on. I think BNTC is dead. I was thinking maybe if it took out the high of the day, but I think it's dead now. These are two pretty severe red candles, so definitely taking a pass on that. NMAT, let's take a look at NMAT. NMAT, probably a low float. Just give me a moment, please. All right. Okay. Oh, sorry. So it's MMAT, not MMAT. MMAT. Ooh, just got hit. Yeah, $50 million registered direct offering. So yeah, you're seeing that now too. Well, you know what, guys? We haven't seen one of these for a while, and I call these the scumbags of the earth. Announcing a financing during market hours. And I hate to say it, you Canadian company, don't be in Vancouver. Okay, out in the Maritimes. It just, I really, really, really don't understand why companies do this. I see $1.35. I see $1.35 right there, or excess $1.75, or a purchase price of $1.35, and the warrants at $1.75. So $1.35. I'll never understand why a company has to release that information during market hours. Anyway, it is what it is, and it's happened. Scumbags of the earth, Ija. And the reason being is that, especially if you're intraday trading, and a lot of these, that's what you're doing. I mean, these are so speculative all the time, these cheap little stocks. So you may take a flyer during the day, and then, you know, I'm not saying nobody ever swings these, but given the opportunity, if you know the risk that, a financing or other things could happen anytime, fine. But most of the time, I mean, if I were in this one, what if I got in here? I thought, you know what, it's basing a little bit. Maybe it's going to have a little pop. So I take some, knowing full well I'm going to be out of it at the end of the day. And then they spring a financing on me at, 1:20 in the afternoon. Why? I mean, it's not affecting me personally, but it just bugs me. We don't see too often that companies do this, but every now and then it happens. And I just never understand why they do it. It's not like the stock was doing anything, I mean, it could have just flatlined for the rest of the day, and then they could have done it. So it was going to drop anyway. So, and the answer, guys, on that, look at this AERC just zipping through yesterday's high now, 1475. Yeah, but I can't call anybody who is in. Well, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it, if that's the case, then why don't more companies do it? I guess, and indiscriminately. You just don't see it very often. I think it was several months. I probably in this last year, maybe three or four. Just always surprises me when it happens. How is the AUVI doing, guys? Is this being tugged along? Yes, it is a little bit with the AERC. But we day traders, we give the liquidity. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox on that one. I don't know. BNCC, maybe it's not going to be over. That's a big bottoming tail now. All right, guys, MITQ. Maybe it's going to crawl off the bottom here. Yeah, these are the guys that did the 1 million. They're saying they're going to do up to a $1 million a share buyback. So it is popping off this base. You know, it's a low float, 9.7 million. Maybe it'll have a little bit of a run in it. And this is MITQ. As we said, this is the new style press release now. A little company just saying, hey, we're going to maybe buy $1 million or $2 million of our stock back. And that pumps it up. Okay, well, let's see. So I saw this on my watch list race. Well, the high is 151. Okay, that is the high of the day. Yeah, 151. The high in the pre-market is way up here, 174. So, 151 could be a mini magnet, and that would be the big magnet if it could ever get close to the pre-market high. I have my doubts, but you never know. Meanwhile, easy come, easy go on the AERC. Look at this. I mean, this is just a very, very, in my opinion anyway, a very difficult intraday trader. Does this all the time. I think there was only one day in which I had a rather smooth day. Gonna watch an MITQ guys, see if it has a run into the 40s maybe. Ugh, what an ugly looking 15-minute chart for pet or 5-minute chart for pet V. Ugly. Yeah, okay, so that little pop that I thought might happen in the SPY, not really, and now we're just back to flatlining. Well, I think I'll wrap it up now, guys. There's not much happening. I'm semi kidding. Well, guys, are there any questions? Try to keep me occupied right now. I mean, there's just nothing really that I'm too excited about right now. I mean, the MITQ, yeah, I just don't see things. Well, what time is it? 1:34. I mean, maybe at 2 o'clock we'll start getting some movement, but some things. But I don't know. It looks like this is just not. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Zach. I mean, it's just we haven't seen this in a long time. See if it looks any different. Maybe it's just the scale I got it on, but let me see if it looks any different. Not really. I mean, oh, I can't tell you what a good level is on an A. I don't like, I mean, I mean, you're back up to 15, but understand that it got up to 15.37 and then very quickly it dropped $1. So if you're going to take this one, you have to have very wide stops on the AERC. I mean, it is above that high now, that 1475, barely. So, I mean, the next high to maybe shoot for is 1798. Sounds crazy. I mean, that's $3 away, but that is the next high looking left. When I say shoot for, I mean that is the next high looking left. But you have to understand it's only 4 million in the float. And I have a question about what's a good level to look at. This can drop $1 in 5 seconds. It can go up $1 in 5 seconds. So to me it's a very difficult intraday trader if you're going to have a tight stop. But I have to admit that little there's certainly enough room, $18 from 15. So there's, $3 to the next high, which is obviously pretty good when you're just looking at a daily chart. I mean, has news in the past. I mean, I guess we'll call it legitimate news with their FDA approval, FDA acceptance or approval of their device. But, I mean, it's got up to, I mean, look how erratic it is. I mean, it got up to $24 and then, within a week and a half later, it's down to 10. So, I mean, it is not easy. Well, guys, I don't know what to say right now. There's not even the races. I mean, yeah, there's some movement, but there's very small, very small movements. So, and a lot of the races have really nothing to do, or the stocks that are in here, really not that much to do with the overall market. These are like little guys that kind of trade on their own. So just resist the urge to trade out of boredom. Watching Ozark now. I won't tell you how it ends. Yeah, don't worry. Well, guys, listen, to get completely off topic, as you know, I'm going to recommend a series for you. Put it in off topic. See if anybody can guess the series I'm going to recommend. It's on Netflix. Just as we're not really doing anything. Nope, not Umbrella. Nope. I'll give you one big hint. It's a Brit series, British. Nope, nope. I could give you the big hint, but I'll see if anybody gets it. Penny Hill, Emily in Paris. Nope, nope, nope. We're getting all sorts of again. Hopefully nobody complains. I mean, we're really dry time right now. Okay. Nope, nope. So we've got Sherwood, we've got Faulty Towers, we've got Downton Abbey. Nope, nope, nope. Not the Queen's Gambit, which was excellent. Nope. Who said that? Zach, you are 1000% correct. Awesome series. Peaky Blinders. Awesome. And I held off looking at it for so long because I thought the name was stupid. I had no idea what it was about. I thought it was sort of a comedy of some sort. But Killian, what a you need subtitles to follow it. Yeah. That Birmingham accent is pretty broad. All right, I don't think this MITQ is doing anything. Arthur is unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. My hair is now patterned after it. No. Oh man, oh man, oh man. EOLS? Okay, I'll look at anything now. EOLS? Well, I see the news at 8:50. I don't see the new news on it. EOLS? Other than Needham, putting a buy recommendation, price target of 18. Maybe that's your news. I mean, I do see that. 1335, so that's a little while ago. They may have already put that out before though, but hey, Zach, you might be right now about the BNTC. I thought it was dead, 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 but maybe not. Maybe not. It is making a nice little comeback here. Choppy like heck. You know, stick an alert, believe it or not, stick an alert at the high of the day. If it takes it out, you can get traders interested in it. BIOR. So you mentioned that one before. It's not showing up anywhere for me. So let's take a look at BIOR. Oh, again, these ones that are under 50 cents or under a dollar, but hey, yeah, I mean, it's moving like heck. 106. I'm always amazed at these ones that, first of all, how long has it been under a dollar? Yeah, so it started trading as BIOR just a couple of months ago. It was not, cannot be an IPO. I'm sure it had a name change, but it's been under a dollar for a long time. I wonder under pressure to do a reverse split or something so we can get that share price up. Hmm. Okay, MITQ maybe coming back a little bit. It's the only one I'm interested in right now. Just because of this potential fill to this area, and then maybe, just maybe, approaching those highs in the pre-market. This reminds me of the racing reminds me a little bit like just putting things on surf mode, a little bit. Just sort of let the system do its thing and see if it can catch something for you. Yeah, Box D is on the run again. Yes, Mike. 226. Yeah, so that's the high of the day, I guess, right? Yeah, 225, 226. The next high looking left is 265. That was yesterday's high. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just sort of staring at nothing. I mean, I'm looking at the box D. The box D is, yeah, it's taken up now the high of the day. 265, I think I mentioned, was the high of yesterday. So it has some room, I suppose. I'm continuing to watch the MITQ. I don't expect much out of it, even if I took this trade. I'm interested in around a 139. If it gets that bid 139, 140, probably take it. But right now, I'm just, it just, to me, it just doesn't look dynamic enough. There's no volume. Volume's just dried up. But Shady, I hope, of course, that it works for you. Yeah, I mean, the AERC is actually setting up for maybe an interesting short. I don't think, yeah, there's no shorts available for me, but you look at those three topping tails. I mean, it's already dropped from 1530 down to 1450. I get it, excuse me, but you got the three topping tails on the 15-minute chart. Again, what does it mean? The seller buyers had it up, sellers knocked it down three times. Eventually, one of the factions gives up, and in this case, it looks like the buyers have given up for a while anyway. It's just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Some days it is, some days it isn't. But if it took out, like right now, this would be, pretty interesting looking short. I mean, the low down here, that 15-minute candle is 1325. Look at Wendy's here, WEN. WEN is on the move for some reason. It's on an earnings play. It's oh man, oh man. How to make a solid watch list? Well, a cash. Depends what you mean by a solid watch list. I mean, depends what you like to watch. You're talking about a watch list for the day, a watch list for the week, a watch list for the month. I mean, right now I'm not a swing trader, so I'd be the wrong person to ask. But even the guys who swing trade ideas, they're struggling to swing anything. But what do you mean by a solid watch list? Do you mean a watch list that has a lot of action on like intraday? You can just take the biggest gainers from the open and just use the race, if that's what you're talking about. But I need a little more information when you say a solid watch list, because my definition might be different from yours. So when you say daily, you're talking about an intraday, like something to watch for the day, and then another, and then you would revise it the following day, and etc. I mean, I'm now almost exclusively, and it's not a watch list, but I'm almost exclusively just using this biggest gainers from the open. And it's creating kind of a watch list on its own. If you look at here, these stocks over here on the right hand side that you hopefully you can see. I mean, this is almost like creating a watch list for the day here. If you're looking for active stocks, okay, then I'm the wrong person, Nakash. Um, yeah, for swing plays, yeah, but even the other, but what I would do is you can go to support at trade-ideas.com. But, you know, even guys like Andy and Steve and all who are more swing traders than I am, way more, you know, they're struggling also. You know, they're not hanging around a lot. If you know, too bad you weren't in the YouTube room between 12 and 1, and Andy was there, and he was, you know, talking about that. He's saying, you know, to try to find something to swing, you know, for longer than a couple of days, pretty tough. I mean, are there things? Of course, but pretty tough. And these guys are those traders that trade ideas, they're into swing trading. But you can just go to support at trade-ideas.com, ask the question. I'm just not a swing trader, so I have no special insight. I mean, we do have a channel called Swing Ideas. Let me just see what it even looks like. I think we still have it here. Just give me a moment though. But understand, this is a very difficult environment to swing trade. We used to have something called Swing Ideas. Here we are, Swing Picks. Okay, okay, that's right. This is the new strength alerts. So I mean, you can take a look at these. You know, it depends on your price range and all that. But are you a subscriber, Akash, to Trade Ideas? I'm assuming you are. Whoa, MITQ guys. So I mean, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, then I would take a look at the swing pick ideas then, okay? And it's a channel called Swing Ideas. If you click on, let me start from scratch. Come on. So if you click from our toolbar, click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, and then find Swing Picks. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, if you're very new to trading, one thing I would suggest you do, and this is free, the person who actually comes up with these swing picks, he designed this also. So let me just give you, if you click on my homepage link, all right, MITQ. If you click on my homepage link, let me get rid of all this. Aha, what happened there? Just give me a moment. There we go. So if you click on my homepage link that I put in there, this is what you're going to see. Look at my link. Go to the education section. Whoa, MITQ is just ripping here now, guys. Nice shady. I'm obviously in. I said okay. No, I'm not going to hang around too long. Sorry about that. So again, click on the education section, and when you click there, scroll down to the bottom until you see something called Back to Basics. And this is designed for new traders. If you're very new to trading, because it starts off with what is a stock. I mean, I know it sounds, you know, we're not trying to insult anybody's intelligence, but I mean, we're just, you know, it starts off with what is a stock, and then introduction to charts and candlesticks, support and resistance, the whole bit, all free. Okay, so I would take a look at that for sure. Okay. Okay, that was quick for me, guys. The MITQ. That was very, very quick for me. Gave me a little bit more than I thought it would because I was thinking that this high right there, that's the opening candle. I thought that might block it at 152 and it just ripped right through it, 160, but it is pulled right back down to it. So I'm out of this trade. I said I would get in around that 140 mark, and so it's just very quick. Yeah, that is this continuing saga with ULCC and Save and JetBlue. So if you don't know what's happening, Save ULCC has made an offer. I don't. Well, I'm assuming the offer is still there for Save Spirit, and but JetBlue has come in with an offer way higher. I believe it's way higher and around that $32 mark. Let's take a look at Save. But JetBlue's board seems to think that there's no way in the world that the FAA would approve the deal with JetBlue. So they have constantly rebuffed it. Which, if I'm a Save shareholder, I'd be irate and say, take the deal. And if it, but I don't know if it's the board just trying to save their, whats. But anyway, so there's ULC. You really haven't seen this one pop very much. You can thank Shady too. He was definitely on my list, and he said the same thing around the 336 mark. I waited a little bit. Now, listen, if it takes this out again, the high is 175, so got up to 161. Mm, Maybe if it takes out 152 again, which it was the old high from the opening 15-minute candle, maybe. But I'm not going to press my luck. Probably not going to press my luck on it. Or maybe. All right, this fade is starting to come back. I had a price alert set in this area. This originally came from Zach Scan right there on a bounce 24.77. So obviously, but it took a long, 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 long time. But it's starting to, come back up. And that is fate. Telling you, this is about the only scan I'm like pure scan that I'm looking at now, other than my races. I don't mind having these here because they don't give me very many alerts all day long, and I get the audible call out. So kind of, but a lot of these are, in the races. This may go without me. It's back up. So this is a classic reason why I like the races, guys. I never would have seen this down here, okay, without the races, because all of my alerts are set up to break a new high of the day. So the high of the day, was 160, or what was it? 152, that opening candle. So I would not see it down here at all. But the races alerted me to this little move here. Now, as I said, I'm not a great pullback player, but I don't consider this so much of a pullback anymore. I consider this sort of, yeah, it's pulled back from the highs here, but it kind of consolidated, chopped around a little bit, but kind of consolidated, and then it moved. So I don't, it's not quite the same, as something that has like these 3 bar pullbacks and then you take it. I'm not good at that at all. But at least this, so I never would have seen this except for the races. EDN. Yeah, this has been a tough one. I mean, it had the big news a few days ago, I guess about last week sometime. Got up to 448. Volume coming in now though. Let's see, would it make it into the races? You know what's happening? This happened around the same time yesterday. Let me see if this unjumbles. Now I know how I could fix this. I'd have to exit trade ideas and get back in. The problem is then I lose all these original races, which is not the end of the world, but yeah, guys, I mean, I know, and on your systems, it may not be that as messy. It's possibly because, I've got a lot of other things running and eventually it just catches up. You know what I want to do? I want to see the resources that it's taking up. So just give me a moment. Yeah, so I'm going to let Brad know. Yeah, this is okay. So I'm going to just contact Brad again. Okay, just give me a moment, guys. I'm just see if I can. I don't think the reset is going to do anything. Ah, good. Okay. So I just talked to Brad at Trade Ideas, and he says he thinks it'll be fixed in the next build. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. What time is it? 2:12. Another 45 minutes or so on the mic. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, you're talking about Macy's finally fading. Yeah, it's not bad. 2096, 2062. I mean, 30 cents, but it may continue now. I mean, this looks like it's going to really start to drop, doesn't it? Well, I'm going to have to see something. Well, look at Box D. Yeah, Box D again. Well, the high yesterday again was 265, so it's getting closer and closer. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to convince myself that if I did a reload, this will all go away. So what I'm going to do is just save my work. Okay, and exit. The only reason I don't do that earlier is because then it loses all the race winners, which is what I like to see. Yeah, see how it's fixed now? Or did I speak too soon? No, it is fixed, yeah. So I guess, you know what I'm going to do just for fun for the next one? I don't know if I can do a reset on this. Just not replace cars and see what happens. I'll try it on this one. I mean, it's not bad if you have a very small top list, but the whole idea of replacing cars is that something that's coming, from the bottom, you won't see it if it's really ripping. So if you don't have a big watch, like a top list that you're looking at, then it wouldn't matter about replacing cars so much because if something was if this one up was really starting to run here, so you click on it down here as opposed to having it come up to the top. I'm sure that is an issue. Well, guys, you know what? You want to print out this spy chart, the 15-minute spy chart for posterity purposes. I mean, we haven't seen this in a long time. Just basically flat for, well, I'm gonna, basically since 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, there's that big 10 o'clock candle, and then from 10:15 on, market didn't do anything. Now, the nice thing about trade ideas, though, is we can always, even though it, wasn't as the pickings were a little bit slimmer today, but we can always find stuff to trade if you really have to. Yeah, no 11 a.m. reversal. No, just flat line across. Maybe I will. I'll be here for half an hour of it anyway. So so again, you see this is the replace car, so you can see exactly how it works. And it's fine if you have a topless window that's not too, not too many symbols in it, and you're prepared to maybe have a fairly big race window, that it probably is an easier look, as opposed to having to have Rev move up to the top to be on the top here, like you're seeing what's happening here. The problem though is that if you've got this is the topless window that is coming from, this gainers from the open. Now, could I pare it down? Yeah, but I'm not sure I want to do that. So again, what can happen is that something way down here can start to rip, and you wouldn't see it, because unless you're using the replace cars. Hopefully that makes sense. Well, I actually asked Brad, and he said, quote unquote, we think it is fixed in the next build. So, and this happened about the same time yesterday. It's like running it all day long in the way I have it with everything else that I've got going on. And because it happened at virtually the same time yesterday. And you can see once I did a reboot of Trade Ideas, I mean, it's fine again. Yeah, it was taking up 10%. When we did the task manager and looked at what Trade Ideas was doing, it was taking up 10%, which I think obviously is too much. But that's why I'm the guinea pig. I'm the one who does the hard testing of all this stuff. I mean, I actually like this better, but again, the problem is you'll miss stuff. If your top list, I mean, my top list is, I don't know how many symbols I have in here. Could I tighten it up? Yes, but I don't necessarily want to. Well, your BNTC DAC is still hanging around. TBLT, let me take a look at TBLT. Looks exactly the same as MITQ, doesn't it? You know, that pullback kind of and then a move. But MITQ has come right back down. But I never thought it would give us that much anyway. But this one, I mean, this has got this has got the room. 374 way up here. So if it wants to get going, TBLT. You are a trooper, Dak. I read something that you're in a coffee shop or a Starbucks or something. Got a lot of chop to get through. You know, that 321 mark right there, that and that 323 right here. I'm going to stick an alert around 322 and see if it takes it out. And it would be nice if we were on some sort of volume. Yeah, those are costly. Look at Revlon, guys. REV. Look at Revlon now doing its thing again. I didn't even have to type it in. I still have my thumbnail charts, which who knows, maybe I'll get rid of them now too. But could have just clicked on it up here. And Revlon is now, the high of yesterday was 830. It got up to 842. Probably one of the issues, there's that 200 day, 913, but that's far enough away. So again, if you're looking for something with a late day flourish, this could be, well, there we go. It just popped in, hit that price alert. Again, I'm not recommending. But BEKE, China stock. I think I had an upgrade yesterday. Well, a little extended now, of course, but let's take a look left on the monthly chart and 2072. So I mean, you know, Andy and some of the guys have been very bullish about these China stocks. I think they got rid of some today, but they've been kind of bullish about the China stocks over the last little while. So, I mean, if you still feel bullish about China, 2072 is the next high looking left on the monthly. On the weekly, it is the same, 2072. So again, in theory, it's got some room. You know, 19, if it takes out 19, then it would have, $1.70 or so till that next high. But I'd also be looking at KWEB at the same time. You know, I mean, there's KWEB. You know, it looks a lot like BEKE. What we need is a Weber type move. We need a Weber type move that happened yesterday. Look at that. I mean, it went from 10 to 12.25 before it, really pulled back. This was awesome. And this was showing up in the, and again, I mentioned this yesterday because this showed up right around here for me in the race. Old me would not have seen it until at least 1062 because it would have had to have taken out that high right up here, which was the opening or the 9:45 15-minute candle. But with the races, I can catch things earlier again. Speaking of Weber, what would happen if it could take this out right here, this 970 out? So using the races in conjunction with price alerts, priceless. Seriously though, I mean, you get something, CMRX as an example. So it's starting to, but it's very modest, 1.61%, so no big deal. But the fact that you've been alerted to it now, you can say to yourself, okay, what if this got back up to say 220? This level right up here. Remember, this got up to, 250. So you could say, okay, you know what? If it gets, now you're giving up some, I get it, but you, in fact, if this spike was higher, maybe up around 3, that would be even better because you could say, okay, let's put an alert, a price alert at 221 for CMRX. Okay. So you've been alerted to it up here, but you don't want to take it yet. I wouldn't take this yet. For me, this is, I just couldn't take it. So I put a price alert in an area that I think I would really like to be, I'd like to know about it. And if it happens, great. And that way I can get rid of a lot of thumbnail charts because I have to admit, I'm really not paying that much attention anymore to them. I get the alerts here, put a price alert and just wait. It happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I just move on. But the other thing, and unfortunately, because I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas, this will give me the top 10 for the day on this side right here. So, if I'm in a, it sort of gets boring or whatever, I just have to click on one of the symbols to see what it's doing. I agree, Zach. PNC, is that a Pinnacle or something, or PNC Financial? Oh, okay, yeah, outside of the price range I like, but yeah, I mean, it's above that high there, which is 160, 170. So now you look left and, you got almost up to 170 that in theory could start to fill into. All right, guys. Wow, 237. That actually was a fast 45 minutes. So I'm just going to talk one last time for the week about my homepage. And all the great information you can find on my homepage. Yeah, it's just a stranger day, a strange day. I mean, we haven't seen a day like this. I can't remember the last time where the SPY has just surged and then just remained flat all day. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Of course, you can take out a subscription if you want. Barry for Alpha is a promo code you can use. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Just give you a little idea how much it costs. Annual, monthly, premium, standard, 4 plans. I would start off with a monthly, either on standard or premium. See if you like it. You'll get the 15% off the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But you can always, if at some point you say, you know what, I wouldn't mind getting an annual, we'll honor the 15%. The big difference is the AI, which did really nothing today. So that's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. Our standard service is awesome though. So, and this is what it would look like on a monthly basis, 118 or 228. Again, less than 15% for the first month only. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory. Click on this link, the Let's Get Started. There are 10 videos. It starts off with the download and installation and your first login, etc. Please do that first before you do anything else. You can sign up for my Stock of the Day video that I do at noon every day, noon Eastern every day. Have to see what next week's trade of the week is going to be. This week's was awesome. DQ. Let's take a look at what is. I think it's pulled back, but you know what? The trigger was 60 and it got up to what, 60, almost $70, literally $70. So you could have gone in anywhere from well, maybe not 60, but I would say up to about $61 even on Tuesday. And this just absolutely surged. A couple of things going for it. China, which is, the guys are liking China, and it was an energy play. But look what energy did. In fact, can I do this now? Let me finish this. Okay. So here's the trade of the week. All my scans are here. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers today. That's probably one of the only scans I'm really going to pay attention to, as well as the 10-day daily breakdown. I use these in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Then all the education is here. We have a great user guide. I would concentrate just on these first four. Well, you should have already done the getting started. You should know what the channel bar is all about, all the theme-based channels and all the scans that we've created with it from within them. You should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is, okay? And then I would really recommend, in fact, I'm going to get them to move the stock racing up higher. Guys, there's Weber. Just give me one moment, okay? Okay, so sorry about that. Okay, so there is the user guide and the daily support sessions. So Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. Before I close the main room down, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And the daily webinars, you can sign up for them all right here. One week it's Monday, Wednesday. The next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it is Tuesday, Thursday. And again, the back to basics. If you're new to trading, please take a look at it. It's all free. Can't go wrong. This is all free. Starts off with what is a stock? Michael Noss at Trade. This is not third party stuff. Michael Noss at Trade has put this together. So this is not third party stuff. So it's not like, well, you know why. Hopefully you understand why I'm saying that. Now, I want to see if this works. Here's Weber, guys. WEBR. I mean, look at it. Look at it starting again. So this is what I want to do. See if I can do this. Okay, I've got to find the option. I can't find it. There's an overlay now. Maybe it's not on my version. An overlay that, so for instance, if I wanted to see DQ, then I could also have XLE on here. And so you can do the comparison. See, Brad demonstrated it on on Wednesday. I guess I wasn't paying attention. I thought I had this in this build somewhere. Yeah, if it's not here, it's coming. Sworn it was here somewhere. You know who knows? Pepe probably knows. Though I don't think, no, I'm pretty sure it's not on your, there it is, comparisons. Idiot. Okay. How's this going to work? Okay, this is probably, okay, I've got to figure this out. It's probably, okay, I don't want to screw this up. I've just screwed this up. So what I want to do, I think this probably works better if I, No, I'm tired because I can't even remember where I clicked now. How did I find that? Chart style? Yeah, comparisons. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this because I think, yeah. So I think the thing to do is to start a new chart. And let me just see how this works. So if I want to say, what I was trying to do is there's DQ in a 15-minute, but let me do it on a daily. Okay, so there's DQ on a daily. This is really, really new. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure I will ever use it. Okay, but I guess this is the idea. So that's XLE doing this thing here. And there, of course, is DQ doing this. I thought it was, I could have sworn when he showed it, it was more like a traditional where you'd see a line, another line, like almost overlaid on top of it. So you could really do the comparison. I must be doing this wrong. Anyway, it's coming. So I clicked on chart style, okay? Clicked on chart style, and then there was a comparison tab. CLM, okay, sorry, Zach, I see your post there. CLM, rotation. Wow, big drop. All right, guys, so I'm basically done now. I'm going to put the announcement in. I think I'll put myself on mute now. I'll certainly hop back on the mic if are there any questions, but okay. Again, if you have questions, just ask. Don't think I have to be on mute. All right, guys, I'm going to pop in here. I'm just going to put the YouTube link in. So if you do want to head over to listen to Chris for about an hour between 3:30 and 4:30, you can do so. He's not there right now. It's still, what, 3:24 or so. So he's not there yet, but I will put the YouTube link in right now. You can wish him a happy birthday for tomorrow. He'd probably kill me for saying that, but and so I'll keep this room open a couple more minutes and then I'll shut it down. You've got the YouTube link. Talk about a tough trader, guys. I mean, that Weber, that's why you cannot lose sight of things. I mean, that was an awesome move from 962 up to almost 10, just like that. And then look at this, just collapses. So you cannot just wander away. Boy, this one's getting destroyed right now. NMAT. I know you mentioned this one a long time ago, Zach, but boy, this is just getting absolutely destroyed. This is not shortable for me, but wow. So it's a $50 million oh, this is the one. That's right. That's right. They did the offering. Yeah, forgot about this. So they did the offering right here. And the offering was at what did I say? I thought it was $1.75. Yeah, $1.75. They're getting crushed here. They're doing an offering at $1.75, and they're getting absolutely crushed here. Okay, I'll put those in. YOSH. Thank you, Cam. Come on. And how many shares for Yosh? And price if you got it handy. 3.8 million. It's, and so the second one is 1.7 million. Okay, that's okay. 3.8 million. I don't need to know the price. I'm sure it's going to be very low. And then the other one was Onfo. Oh, I see. So 4 million. So that was 4 million, and at 450. Okay, thank you. Didn't make sense. Oh, thank you. Oh, we'll see what happens next week. So William, they may want to have investors. They don't care about day traders, but they're not doing anybody who is a current quote unquote investor of this. They're not doing them any favors. No, seriously, for the MMAT. Okay, guys, I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up, of course, in the other room, but I'm going to shut down this room, the main room. First of all, thanks for all the help. And there's my script here. Yes. Thanks for all the help. Have a great weekend, and I will open the room 8 o'clock Monday morning. Hope to see you then. Bye bye. YouTubers. I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. And there he is,
Here I am.
the birthday boy himself
Uh,
tomorrow.
almost.
Here I thought I jumped the gun and I was pretty proud of myself and didn't realize the other Slack thread
The
was just full.
they were getting there. Bill got
Uh,
me early in the day too, so
uh,
I will go ahead and make a screen swap on you there and send you off and running into a
oh, thank
weekend.
you. Thank you. Have a great hour, Chris, and we'll talk to you. Have a great birthday tomorrow, and we'll talk to you Monday morning.
Thank you, Barry. You have a great weekend, and I will talk to you Monday. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
So happy Friday, everybody. Let's see, we got big old gap up in the SPY and held it for the day, really. And unless the seller's coming real hard this last half hour, we'll be closing on the upper range of things. So that's that. Rising tide lifting all boats and all those things. So now I want to head straight into some business. I had some people that I was in a support chat with earlier. So I'm going to start with the first person that got there, then move to the second person. So Susie, if you're here, please let me know. I'm looking in the chat here. Hopefully you're here. I get the right stuff going on here. And I'll move over to Matthew Marcus as well. Give me a moment and I'll show you about the Market Explorer and that gap scan that you were asking about as well. Waiting for confirmation for the moment, but there was a conversation that went on. Someone they wanted to attach multiple symbols lists to the all list and a top list, and we can't, all is all. It's literally everything. But I think there was a misunderstanding of how the server sort works and how display works. Okay, perfect. So, all right, I'm going to start with Susan. She was support number one, and then I'll move over to you there, Matthew. So Susan, what I think you're trying to accomplish here is you think that by double clicking on the columns, like I'm doing here, changes what the sort of the scan is, but that's not actually how the sort works. This will only change the display of the stocks that are coming into the scan, into the top list. The sort actually works by this. If you right click and you come to configure and you come to the sort column, that is what it's sorting on. So for example, let's just say that I have a set record count of 1,000 on this. All right. If I right click, I come to time frame, I come to set record count. And if I put that at 1,000, for example, but 2,000 stocks meet my scan, well, how does the scan decide which 1,000 of the 2,000 are going to come on this scan? And it decides that by the server sort. All right. So this is actually how it sorts, and you can only pick one of these. After that, you have the display and you have the color, but those don't actually sort what comes onto the scan. And that's where I think we have that misconnection. And I know this is kind of a tricky thing to explain when without the visuals that I'm giving you now. So, right now, this is set up for a color sort of change from close. And if I double click it, change from close, then you're going to see how the color gradient gets all nice and even on me, right? But if I sort by price, all right, I double click by price, I can change that color and make that look nice too, just by coming to color. and price and selecting that. And now you see how it's a nice even gradient again, but that doesn't affect what stocks are coming in. So if you're trying to sort by call volume, by clicking on a call volume column, that's not going to change the stocks that are coming in. It's only going to change how the ones that are in there are ordered. That's how that works. Sorry, I just want to change this back to change from close. So that's how that works. Clicking this won't change the sort. So if you want to see the stocks with the highest call volume on top, you'll need to go search call volume, and then you got to select it here so it's highlighted and go sort by. And then whatever has the highest call volume will be what populates at the top of this list. So if we come to sort, you can see here I have it set for change from close and biggest on top. And that's how that works right there. And like I said, you can come to the search and do it by whatever. So if you want to be sorting by different items, you're going to need multiple top lists sorting on those items specifically. And then you can display them however you want and change the color scheme however you want. But again, this is going to decide. Again, if I have 1,000 stocks that all meet the actual filters of the scan, but I only have a set record count of 500, all right, the sort decides which 500 make the cut. And so if what you're scanning on doesn't have, if you, for example, if you're sorting on volume shares today, when you're looking for call volume, it might not be trading enough actual shares, even though the call volume's through the roof, you won't see the call volume. All right. So I think that perfect means that we made that connection. And I get that it's a tough thing, what I was trying to explain to you on the chat that we were in. So that's why I do what I do here. And hopefully that got you there. And if you have other questions, fire them away. Of course, anybody else has questions, fire them away. And I'm going to move on to Matthew for a moment here, who's asking about a gap scan. So this is the best that we're going to be able to do for this, Matthew. I want you to go to new, and I want you to go to find Market Explorer. All right, this window with the E, Market Explorer, TIQ Quant, that stands for Trade Ideas Quant. And you're going to open one of those windows. All right. And then you're going to probably want to expand it a little bit. Here, if you click that, will give you the user's guide, okay? And in the user's guide, you're going to get a description of all the scans that are in there, okay? So give me 1 second. This is slower than slow. There we go. Get out of here, all right? There's a short video that goes over the Market Explorer, and it's going to go over how it works and all the scans that are in here. The Market Explorer is not customizable. You cannot change anything in there. You can't adjust anything. It works on a completely different tech that allows us to scan in a different way. So we've pre-built these scans, and one of them is, if we go right click and come to server window, gap fill up and gap fill down. All right. And those are going to be the best ones that I can point you to as far as what you're looking for. You might also be interested in a 3-line strike for what you're looking for. That's somewhere in here. 3-line strike, long and short. I would check those out too as well. Those are going to be the closest that we have to that, though. There's no way to look back in time with the regular software and say something gapped down 2 weeks ago and now it's moving into the gap. We have no way to do that with the regular software there, Matthew. So that's the best that I have for you on that. If you're not familiar, or anybody else is not familiar with the Market Explorer, I do highly recommend taking a look at it. At some point we won't be in a bear market anymore, and a lot of these longer side scans are actually pretty fantastic when you're not in a bear market. Just bear market, few and far in between on the long side works. That's how bear markets work. Bear markets work that stocks go down, they don't go up. We're getting a bounce in the overall market right now. Does it continue? Do we end the bear market? Maybe. I don't know. I'm not betting on it. You know, a lot of people bet that, you know, this was the end of the bear market. Then a lot of people bet that that was the end of the bear market. Then a lot of people bet that was the end of the bear market. And I get it. Technically, none of this was technically a bear market. It wasn't down 20%, blah, 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 blah. Look at market breadth. Look at what was holding up the market. You know, look at the real stuff. And you'll see that that was right in line with what everything was looking at for indicators. So that's the short and skinny on all of that. All right. Hopefully that all makes sense. Helped you folks out with that. Chris, good afternoon. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So yeah, you know, turn the calendar on another one here. Right. We don't have a way to alert that. There's no way to alert that in real time, you know, other than that scan that I just showed you. So, you know, to bring up what you're looking at here. And Matt. Now, all right. So if you're looking for something like that, but this didn't gap down, you asked for something that gaps down. All right. So, you know, on this, you're going to have to look at, you know, stocks that are X amount down from the close and then are turning up over the last short bit. All right. That's not even doing any of that. You know, this literally, you know, there might have been a tiny gap here, but this thing's been down all day long, essentially. So, you know, what I would point you to and what you're looking for is this. I would scan for, right click, you know, and search change from close. I could type right. That would probably help everybody. All right. So you want change from close percent, I would go with, add that filter, and then decide on what it is you want to see. The stock has to be down X amount, right? Then I would go with a change maybe in, let's say, the last 15 minutes or something like that, or 30 minutes, and then give that a positive number. Add that filter, let's say 15, for example, and then give this a positive number. So you have the change from close filter saying, all right, I want to see stocks that are down from the close, right? But now I want them over the last 15 minutes or 30 minutes, whatever you decide on. I want to see them up X amount now. And that's where, you know, that's where I would point you to in that sense. Right, but that's not a gap down. MMAT didn't gap down. This is not a gap down. I cannot stress that enough. That is not a gap down. There's, you know, there is a big difference between a gap down and a stock that is down from the previous day. A gap down means that the stock closed here and it opened here. That's not the case on this. This actually gapped up. This actually literally gapped up. Right, but what's your definition of a horseshoe up? So that's what I'm saying. Use a change from close, pointing at stocks that are down. All right. And then look for stocks that have been up over the last, what you pick, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So, you know, I could build out a template of something real quick and send it over to you. I would say to you, though, in the intern, you know, you're going to want to, you know, add some other stuff to this. So, you know, maybe use a 5-minute high. So because you obviously can't be using a new high for the day. So maybe a 5-minute high, hide unused price. You know, I don't know if you want a price limit, but you know, we'll leave that like that. Let's go with maybe a 1 in the relative volume. Let's say that it's traded at least 225,000 shares on the day. Let's see a change from the close. Let's say minus a minimum of minus 3% and change over the last, let's call it 15 minutes. Well, let's say change in the last 15 minutes percent wise. Let's say it's up at least 1% in the last 15 minutes. And so here's just a, you know, a base template. Down. from close. Ready to reverse. And so here's a template for you to work off of. You know, you might want to change volume metrics in it. You might want to give it a price range. You might want to give it some other position and range, overall where it is in the market. You know, those are the things I'd point you to like that. Things that I would check and look at. Yes. So I always look left. Look at support and resistance looking left. So here's this chart's going to be a great example of this, right? We've got this massive overhead resistance that's been here for months, almost for half a year, basically, right? And we could see, made a turn up. Nope, rejected. With slight pullback, we're going to get some speed and ram right through it. Nope, pull back down. All right, now we're really going to get some speed and pull back through it. Bang, right down. I'm sure this had some kind of news today, but does that really matter? Does that even matter at all? The fact that it could never get through $2, it couldn't get through $2 here. All of this, it couldn't get through $2. All of this, it couldn't get through $2. And it got right back up there again today and fell. Does the reason that it fell even matter at all? I mean, it doesn't to me. I couldn't possibly care less why it fell. All I know is that $2 was a tough limit for that. And there's absolutely no reason to take this trade unless it not only got $2, but it held it for a few candles as far as I'm concerned. And sure, by waiting for confirmation, am I going to miss some that might just take off? Absolutely. But how often do you see a stock break $2 or something and absolutely take off versus stock gets about $2 and then falls? I'll bet for every one time that it breaks and runs, you'll see about 30 that fall. So I don't like that risk reward ratio at all. That's a pretty loser setup. So that's what I mean, look left on all time frames, all right? And even here, looking at it on here, couldn't really get through there. Got right up to it, right? Bang, right back down. And then the elevator shaft opened up and nice and empty. So, those are the things that I'm looking at, right? On intraday trading, you might want to consider some moving averages. There's no magic moving average. It does not exist. Every single indicator that exists is a lagging indicator. The only indicator that does not lag is price. That's it. Everything else lags price, no matter what indicator you're using. But some will turn faster than others. Obviously, a 5 EMA is going to move and react to price much faster than a 15 EMA, right? But which one's right? Neither are right. They're just reacting to the period. That's it. So, you'll have to experiment and settle on what your mind, eye, and plan and reactionary skills and your risk tolerance are gonna accept. For me, I'm gonna give you an example. Rad. Took a trade in Rad, and I got out of it really fast today for just a couple of dollars. All right. I wasn't ready to hold this through banging against this. This came down, all right, hit this here, and I decided when it came back up, I didn't want to play with it, trying to get through that level anymore. I didn't know what the market was going to do today, and so I killed it right there. If I decided to have hung on to it, which a lot of times I do on a 15 EMA, it really never closed below this 15 EMA, and I would have been able to ride it nicely through the day, but I wasn't prepared to do that today. I was, coordinating with the 5 EMA, or I should say they're both 8 EMAs. One's on a 15-minute chart, the other's on a 5-minute chart, all right? And I just said to myself, it's Friday. I want to go out a winner, and that's what I did. And when I saw this was starting to break, the 5 EMA here, or the 5-minute 8 EMA, because it's a period, it's an 8-period EMA. The period is 5, right? So I decided that was it, and I killed that trade. On another time frame, that worked. Which one's the right time frame? Today it was 15. Another day it might have been 5. So these are the things you have to consider, moving. And this is stuff it cannot be taught. We can show how these things work on different time frames. One is not right. One is not wrong. They just are what they are. The other thing that I was looking at with Rad that had me concerned is this level right here, right? This looked like it was a tough level, and I'm not going to go by those shadows right there. I was going by the bodies of the candles looking left. And I said, we're up 1, 2, 3 days in a row. All right. We're running into an area that in the past is a magnet for price action. And we could see because that looked like it was a very good case to me. Support, support, bang down, resistance, resistance. Was it going to be resistance again today? I have no way to predict if it was going to be resistance. I was up for a few dollars. I took those few dollars and I walked away. If you exit every trade as a winner, you can never be a loser. Now nobody has a 100% win rate or anything like that. But my point being is that I had a plan. My plan was not to let the winner turn into a loser. I saw a little weakness. I didn't know what the overall market was going to do, and I executed the trading plan that I had set forth with a 5-minute 8 EMA, and that's how I worked that specific trade today. So hopefully that gives you some insight into it. But everything I do is about looking left, price, and also volume plays a heavy role. The other thing that played a role in this was the volume came back up, right? And then it started to die. It's Friday. Volume is usually lighter on Fridays in general anyways. So, all these things combined into what I was doing. It's a lot to keep track of, but, that's trading. That's how we do it. That's, or how I do it, and how a lot of traders do it. And I've stolen a little bit of something from several different traders. This happens to be one of them like that. So, when it's a bull market and it's trending and a stock is moving up, or it's going sideways, but it looks like it has an overall strong trend coming into it and volume's either declining or flat, I'm less likely to jump out of the trade. We're not in a bull market. Volume was declining. It's Friday. And so I decided that's how I'll manage this trade. So that's the short and skinny there. I entered at 838, and I entered at that because I was looking at it banging around this level right here off the opening range. And I actually entered on this candle here when we poked above that opening range. No, I'm lying. I entered on this candle here on the wick down here somewhere, like the round 838 is where I got my entry. When it opened above this candle here, above this opening range. That's what I did. So I was waiting for confirmation. My confirmation was a short confirmation, and the short by time frame, meaning I just wanted to see one candle open above what I thought it was struggling at right here. Opened there, moved up, looked like it was going to go. It didn't. As it was falling, I killed it, came down here, felt okay about killing it. Of course, when I saw it set off my price alert again later in the day and continue through it, I was annoyed, but that's what I decided on. And like I said, I wasn't ready to let a winner turn to a loser on Friday. Yes, it'll include pre and post market data as long as you're not using a filter that doesn't work on that or sorting on a filter that doesn't work there. So for example, you cannot use relative volume and you cannot sort on it either. If you use that, it will not work in the pre-market. I think it'll actually still work in the post-market, but not the pre-market. So think about, things that wouldn't work, position and range for the day obviously isn't going to work in a pre-market, right? You'd want pre-market range for pre-market. So if you're, sorting or using that filter, not going to fly. You can send an email to info. No, not info. We changed that. SUPPORT support@trade-ideas.com. Ideas.com. And ask for the list of what alerts and filters work in the pre-market and don't work in the pre-market, and we'll ship that over to you. So that's the short and skinny there. So just curious, HTGM. Oh, geez. Remember this thing had a big running day, or a couple of big running days years ago. It was actually like one of my first big wins on a trade, which then led to several big losses afterwards. You never forget those. Let's see if there's any stocks worth looking at here on this scan. And when I say worth looking at, I don't like stuff under $4. It's just a personal preference. Chef's Warehouse. Dealt with them a lot over my restaurant career. You know what? I don't think I made this the right way. I'm gonna have to reshare this with Matthew if you're here still. We want it like this, actually. Okay, for anybody that took that scan, you want this one instead. This is what you want. Get rid of that other one. I'm sorry. My apologies. Pay attention to the order I put the filters. There we go. That's what you really want. So let's see. JCSE. All right. So we could see it was down, right? And we're catching it on the reverse up here somewhere. When you look at the history today. Let's see what's something that came through. Webs. All right. So this was down. It started to reverse here, but the reverse didn't last very long. But nonetheless, it was there. Let's take a look at a lot of ETFs coming through this thing. Same thing here. It was down, started to reverse here. That reverse didn't last long. Another reverse here, moves up. Again, didn't last long. PL was down, reversed. Nah, this one actually reversed for a while here. Not a huge price movement, but all the same, found the pattern that we were looking for. JCSE. Found this one twice. Found it earlier in the day and later in the day. So there we go. The short and skinny on all of that. So yeah, anyway, so that's the short and skinny. Let me get rid of that. And please, if you took that scan, make sure you save it to your cloud because there's a very good chance I will be erasing it sometime in the next day or two, as it is not a setup I really look for. Then there's got to be something different with the scans. MRX. IMRX. I can't understand why you'd be getting that. There's no way you should be getting that if you are sorting on Bollinger Bands and it's got to be 80% above the low of the low Bollinger Band. Oh, the scan I just dropped? Oh, I used history. That's why we were seeing different things. I went back in history on it. I wasn't looking at anything live. Get rid of that. Yeah, that's why I randomly scrolled back in history. I don't even know where I was on the history of it. I just was looking back on earlier in the day stuff. USAC was announced last night. They got bought way up pre-market. Nothing today. USAK. Huh, interesting. Yeah, I don't, generally speaking, once something gets bought out, once the buyout is like official, or if it looks like it's gonna be official, the stock will just kind of go this way until the deal is done and this becomes part of the other company or whatever they do with stocks when they merge. Again, I'm not too familiar with mergers and how they work. I just know that I'd love to own a stock when something like this happens one day. That'd be mighty nice to own it here and wake up and see that. That'd be a pretty good feeling. Aside from that, like I always say, I don't know how the mechanisms of buyouts work. Other than generally speaking, the company that does the buying, their stock falls. The company that gets bought, their stock rises. That's generally the rule of thumb. But it's not a hard and fast rule. It's not some written thing, that is the end all be all in that. IKNA. What are you doing? Oh, the market closed. Never mind. You're not doing anything. What a move at the end of the day, though. But again, for someone who would say, "Well, Chris, how'd you manage this?" If you had to do it, I'd say, "Well, I wouldn't. Look at that overhead resistance right there. I ain't running into that." Now I know there's a lot of potential. Actually, this thing is going crazy. Well, it was going into the close. Look at that. I wouldn't just go running right into this after a move like that. I mean, how much energy did it take to get up here, number one? And then it's running into a spot that we can see for months it's had issues with, and the stock is in a very long downtrend already. Now, if this did this earlier in the day, then maybe I would have thought something else about it. But look right here, that 450 level, all through here was a big resistance zone. So running into that might not have been advisable. Oh, Russell rebounds. Just okay, that makes sense. That's fun. Let's screw with some people's end of the day P&L. Oh, all right. We talked about a bounce happening in the averages here. Let's scroll out. And if anybody's questions, please fire those away. I think I've covered what's been asked so far. If I missed something or didn't explain it well enough, and you think I can explain more, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to dive down a few charts here. We've discussed a lot of dead cat bounces since the top here. Dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce. I mean, I think it's reasonable to believe this is going to be another dead cat bounce. It's a lot of energy to go from here to here. We ain't even cracked 400. And if you think we're just going to go blasting through 400, well, I want to know why you think we're going to blast through 400. I'd like to hear your logic behind it, because I'm always ears on these things. For me, the chart tells me we going this way eventually. For how much further and how much longer, I don't know. Was at the bottom? Do we test it again? Again, I don't know. But I saw, for those of you that like Twitter, Stock Cats posted something I always find him very hilarious. So he basically said, so you're telling me that stocks are rallying on the Fed hiking interest rates going into a recession so that they can lower interest rates when we're in the recession next year to rally stocks further. And so is that possible? Sure, why not? It's as reasonable as anything else. He's making fun of the whole situation of this bounce right now. Stocks, they can't go straight up forever. They can't go straight down forever. The same idea with the overall market. Overall, we got quite a move down here over the last several months. Starting back at the end of March, beginning of April. And so, like I said, this was a heck of a move down. Got a bit of a bounce. We got sideways, right? And even I started to look, we were up above the 400 level. And I said, all right, well, I mean, it could, we could be flagging, could be a bull flag. It's totally possible. It wouldn't be out of the range, right? I leaned more bearish on this, but with the possibility that we could move up. And for now, that's where I am. I lean bearish. Is it possible we could, move sideways and move up? Absolutely. Why not? Anything's possible. I don't think that's likely. But, got to start somewhere. We got to build, right? And I love to pick on my K-Web. Again, K-Web still continuing to look beautiful to me. Eventually, the bigger indices have to turn around. I talked about this the other day. I said, gee, looks like a symmetrical triangle happening here. I said, they like to resolve this way. So far, that looks like what it wants to do, resolve that way. As I've been mentioning since somewhere in here, I have said, I'm looking hard at China. And I continue to trade Chinese stocks. I closed my IQ position today. That did not work out as well as I wanted it to, but I decided to reduce my risk going into the weekend, just, a few long positions. So that's that. And again, what am I looking for in this trend change here? And think about this. I know we're looking at a daily chart here, but think about this on any chart. This will apply to every single time frame. This is what we call fractal, all right? Possible low. We have now confirmed that as the low with banging on this through here. So there's the low. There's a higher low. Let's double confirm. There's a higher low again. 2 higher lows. We'll continue to move up. As soon as we take that out and make another higher high, you better believe everybody going to be talking about China all of a sudden. Are we early? Is it going to fall? I don't know. But I'll tell you what, China stocks have been nice to play since back here. That's for sure. I've done okay on them. Even if this thing falls now, I did all right on this move up here. I'm happy with it. So, and again, to re-show what I'm looking at, and on any time frame, a low, a higher low, another higher low. Now, we've got this high in here. We've got this high here. We take out and we make another high here. That constitutes us making another low here that's technically above this low. And so then we'll have one low in, one higher low, 2 higher lows, and we would have a third higher low with 2 higher highs. Again, further cementing the trend. So those are the kind of things, on different time frames you want to find. And again, some nice strength here. Gapped up yesterday. The sellers came in. They could not hold it down, moved up, and then anybody that got short the K-Web here or here, they got punished real hard today. I'll tell you that right now. They had to close. I would have to suspect they had to close that position going into the weekend. There's no way someone wants to be short this going into the weekend. Other than being short back here or maybe short here. And even then, you'd be a fool if you were short here and you hadn't taken some profits here. You would be a damn fool, in my opinion. And for full disclosure, I've definitely done something similar to that. I have been that damn fool. So that's why, a lot of times I get a little gun shy when I'm up in a stock, up in a trade, and I say, you know what? We're wobbly, I'm closing. And then I end up watching it catch and moving average and moving up anyways. But I'm okay with that. So, all right, we got a 409 and change. You folks are now giving me the silent treatment, it looks like. I also see people filing out. The numbers are beginning to dwindle. I suppose everybody's ready to start the weekend. We've got some nice weather here on my end of the spectrum of land. So again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. We had a bit of a joke going on today in our Slack chat. IBM on the strength alerts here. All right. And then what were the other comments? Oh, let's see. IBM stock is strong. Top Gun and Jurassic Park are in theaters, and one of the most popular songs right now, because of Stranger Things, apparently, which I've never seen Stranger Things, is from 1985, Running Up That Hill by Kate Bush. What year are we in? Kind of funny. Kind of funny. You look at vaccine makers who have vaccines for kids. Pfizer. Yeah, I mean, what's a PFE is Pfizer, right? Remember, I'm never gonna, my opinion on any chart is about the chart. It's not about anything else. All my personal stuff stays at the door, always. So this is interesting, actually. You've got this kind of rounded bottom here and wedging itself in like this. A descending triangle, actually, too. Descending triangles generally like to resolve themselves this way. It's actually a decent looking chart with some room up to this level here. Obviously, this is going to be a big level right there, really big level to get through there. But I would say on a technical, technically looking at this right here, regardless of anything else, I don't care what they make. Again, I don't pay attention. I don't care what you make, what you do, who you are, anything like that. We're here to make money. Looks like you got room up to there, so a couple bucks in there, a couple dollar move still, 50, 54 and change level. I don't think that's out of the realm at all. mRNA. Now, here's the thing with Pfizer too. I mean, if you're going to bring in their pipeline and stuff like that, Pfizer makes all kinds of stuff. They're not just reliant on any one thing. mRNA is a one-trick pony. So, outside of another pandemic happening, which God forbid, please no, I think mRNA is done. mRNA is done for now. I don't know what their drug pipeline is, but I don't trade based on someone's drug pipeline. I could not. It would be impossible for me to care less what they have in the works. You're not trading on technical analysis. You're trading on research and fundamental analysis, which is not who I am or what I do. So, to me, this is a massive downtrend. I see no reason for that downtrend to stop as a technical trader whatsoever. Every single bounce has been met viciously by sellers. All right. There's your capitulation. Game over. Dead cat bounce. Moved up. Done. Another dead cat bounce. All right. Done. All right. Did we bottom? Maybe we bottom. Nope. Nice long downtrend, right? Moved sideways. Moved down. We're moving up. And we're moving right into massive resistance. And where does that resistance stop? There's no risk reward ratio in this resistance overhead that I like on mRNA whatsoever. So again, by being unobjective, by not giving a who they are or what they do, all I have is the chart, and that's all that matters to me. All that matters is price, and the price is lower. The only indicator that matters in the end is price. Price is in a downtrend. Price does not lag. So That's where it's at. So I'd say, mRNA, I wouldn't touch it. Pfizer, while I wouldn't necessarily trade it, it certainly looks like a tradable chart especially compared to mRNA. And again, you got a descending wedge right there, or descending triangle, excuse me, not a descending wedge. A wedge, the lines go the same way. So if you were looking for something that looks like a wedge, you would then want something that looked like that would be something similar. But you got to be moving, they got to be moving into each other, but moving in the same direction, the lines to be a wedge. When you have one parallel and one down, that's a descending triangle. And if it was the other way around, if you had one up here and this moving up, that would be a ascending triangle. And they usually resolve the opposite way of the current price action. So that's the short and skinny there. And again, I understand people want to trade news and they want to know the news and all those things like that, but to what end, The stock went down. Did it really matter? It was in a downtrend. That's why it went down. Again, there's something MMAT, right? I think this is just such a perfect example of this. There must have been news here. There's no way that happened without some kind of news release, right? Does it really matter what the news was, though? It doesn't to me. The bottom line is this thing has been in a very, very long downtrend overall, very long downtrend. And every time it's moved up, it's been met by sellers. Not only that, but once it got down to this level, it just cannot get through there. So I can make the argument that this was the catalyst for the news. The price action was the catalyst for the news, and the news was not the catalyst for the price action. You can try to refute me, but I have all this evidence here in the past to support me. All the news people have is today. I've got all this evidence back here, and I've got all this evidence in this downtrend right here. In the end, like Denzel Washington once said in one of the greatest movies of all time, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. What I can prove in this is this stock has been in a long-term downtrend that I see no reason for it to not continue. And, I joke, and at the same time, I'm serious. This stock looks like it has a support around zero. We should see a bounce around zero. And again, that's what I think the beauty of technical analysis is. You can't lie about the price of a stock unless you're in China and you get stuck in luck and coffee. But that's, a completely different scenario. So, anywho, that's what it be, man. All right, I see your email. I'll get that typed back out to you, and it's going to be some kind of attachment. I don't know what the attachment will be, but it'll be an attachment. There we go. And off to you goes. You should see that email coming in from me in a moment or two here. Sometimes it takes a little bit to work through the pipe system here. Okay, well, since we had a bounce, we got a couple of minutes before I roll out of here. Let's look at some stocks that might be ripe for a little bit more of a move up on my evening. And that's not at all what I wanted to load. Let's try that one more time. There we are. Let's see if there's anything interesting here. So, nope. Not really, but why not? Let's just do a little look here. big downtrend, right? We do have this rounded bottom going on. There's this move up. Got this here. So, you know, if it were to get through this level for real, you know, it does have a nice little mountain to climb here up this way. I'm not overly crazy about it. And we can see, you know, basically every, you know, after this top out here, any tiny rally has been met with selling pretty quickly afterwards. So overall, no, but maybe someone wants to bottom fish and they like that. Someone, you know, might find value in that setup. Not enough data for me in this market, plus bios. No. Same thing here. I don't know what happened there, but Hamilton Beach brand. So I don't even know. Maybe someone bought them. Again, long downtrend. No, nothing that I'm interested in. Now, here's where I am going to have an issue, and I'll have to succumb to this at some point. We're in a bear market. You're going to find a lot of small cap stocks have been in a bear market for a very, 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 very long time now. You know, some of these stocks have probably been in a bear market for 2 years, actually. With that said, you know, we're looking for things that trend reverse. We're going to have to look at things that have been in a downtrend, but possibly reversing, just like we've talked about with the K-Web, right? So, you know, we get through 5, you know, we've got this and this up next. So it could be something to take a look at. Smith & Wesson brands, you know, you're going to have a lot of news attached to this stuff. And, you know, I don't like to talk about those things. So, you know, it kind of is what it is. At the end of the day, I mean, this thing has been in a downtrend for quite a while. For over a year, it's been in a downtrend. So I think this is more a day trading vehicle. It certainly wouldn't be something I'm looking at any kind of a swing trade on whatsoever. That's just my 2 cents there. You know, continue to pile through again. Yeah, just not, you know, I understand we got to look for trend reversals. I'm just not feeling it. Maybe, you know, got this nice move. It's really sustained. Volume's increasing into this move, right? You got nice volume here. You got this short float that looks pretty good. They got to start covering, and they have been covering and moving out. And that's a pretty big days to cover. And what that means is that at the average volume that it's been trading, to cover all the shorts that are outstanding right now, all the shares short that are outstanding, it would take 6 days at the volume that it's been trading to cover all those shorts. So this might be something to keep an eye on coming into the next few days. Also, please remember, it's anything that's biological, pharmaceutical, life sciences, in vitro, substance, blah, 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 blah. Those things can get rug pulled like nobody's business. So just, keep that stuff in mind too. People with cash are, they're shopping. Bear markets are a natural part of the cycle. So, when there's value out there, blood in the streets, blah, 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 blah. This is interesting here. So we have a stock that has not been in a downtrend, really been in the sideways box for a while. Poked, couldn't hold it, 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 busted out. Yeah, this thing consolidates for a day or two. We're looking good. Look at that lifetime high. All right. You got a whole bunch of shorts that just recently piled in that are going to be nervous after that price action today. Right. Not bad on the liquidity. I would have liked to seen over 1 million traded. But here's the caveat. Keep this in mind now. We talk about relative volume, all things relative. This traded 900,000 shares today, doing almost 10 times its normal volume. That would mean this has been averaging under 100,000 shares a day for the last 30 days, going back this way. So keep that in mind. But all the same, certainly an interesting look going on there. Do a couple more of these, then I'm going to wrap up on Friday. IGT, been in a downtrend. We see this thing can go on very nice runs, though. I mean, look at those runs. Those are some nice runs here. We've been in this downtrend, though, for a long time. It's a big level right there. No question about that. The market holds. This thing might be ripe for a bounce. You've got that overhead resistance there, but if you get through that, then you're starting to look up in this area here. So an interesting look. Definitely an interesting look. PYCR. I don't know. I don't like that as much as the last couple ones. Downtrend, and every time it starts to try to make a move, it gets rug pulled. And a big move right there, too. Not crazy about it. I mean, I'll say this. That's a level for it to get to. It's kind of significant. It's got a big short float, big short growth, pretty liquid. That's a massive amount of days to cover. That means that is a lot of that float is short, in my opinion. That is a good amount of that short. That's a good amount of that float short. So if the prices hold up here, those shorts are going to get nervous, possibly start to drive that higher. That's a big if, though, because you better believe that if the shorts smell blood in the water, they'll be adding to it and pushing down here, and they'll make anybody that's a believer in the stock that's a buyer, they'll make them a seller too. So that's a good call, Dave. Absolutely good call, especially on these smaller stocks. Very good call. So, and that's why I always, volume's relative. It's relative to the stock. It's relative to the situation too. So, as Dave is pointing out here, you got a massive event happening right now. So that matters. That matters a lot to the data that we look at, So that's that. So, all right, we got 426 here, and I'm gonna start to walk us out for the weekend here, folks. As always, I thank everybody very kindly for coming in. I greatly appreciate the people that come in, take the interactions. Today felt good, having Matthew and Susan come in here. There was stuff going on in the chat that was a little difficult to explain via the chat, and that's why I started this 3:30 session almost a year ago now, getting up there, 9 months ago. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. So that's why I tell people we can't teach trading, but we can teach a lot. I think I covered a lot of stuff, both scanning wise here and chart wise, that while I'm never going to tell you what to buy, sell, hold, or do, I think there's some knowledgeable stuff there to share. And it's all stuff that was shared with me in the past. It's not, no secrets here. This is all stuff that I learned from Andy and Jamie and Steve and Michael and Barry and Dan. Every one of them had a hand in what I know. Attending all the webinars and all that stuff like that. So the usual stuff that I like to end my Friday with. Please everybody take some time for yourself. Get out, walk. Obviously if it's raining cats and dogs, take an umbrella with you. Do some journaling. Whatever you got to do, you got to take care of that brain. Get away from screens for a few minutes. Take a few me moments. Got to get away from the kids. You got to get away from the girlfriend, the boyfriend, the husband, the life partner, the dog, the cat, the aliens, the ant farm, the whatever you got going on in your life. You take 5 minutes, a little journaling, whether it's a audio journal, you want to just talk into it for some self-reflection, some weekly reflection. You want to write it out. You want to type it out. Any of those things like that, really important stuff to take care of our heads. Again, what we do is hard. That's all there is to it. I know people think we sit in front of a screen, we push some buttons, we make all this money. Couldn't be further from the truth on what we're doing here. Could not possibly be further from the truth. So again, I thank you all very much. I thank you for the birthday wishes from everybody. I do greatly appreciate that. And we'll get back here for a full week tomorrow. Full week on Monday. And we've got some thank you for the birthday wish, Shocks. We've got some data coming next week. We're ending the second quarter, so some GDP data. We're heading into GDP data. And other stuff coming in. The Fed will never shut their mouth and all that. So, just watch your longs, watch your shorts, whatever you're taking. and take every bounce with a grain of salt. Take every sell off. Remember there'll be a bounce after a sell off too. And all those kinds of things like that. So again, thank you all very, very much, folks. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend wherever you are. And we will catch you back here. I believe I'll do a double dose on Monday. I'll be the noon person and I'll be the 3:30 person. So, all right, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.